I transfer, or the stream is ready.
Okay, great. And we have a quorum, so I'll call to order the September regular meeting of the Jones LSC at 6 p.m. And Sarah will take the roll.
Yes, sorry. Okay, make sure I have the right document. 6 o'clock. Andrade, are you here? Okay, Bowman?
Here.
Bugs?
Present.
Thank you. Cerna Prado? Not here yet. Cresswell?
Here.
Hilbrands? I know you're here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Land?
Here.
Ma here. Martinsek?
Here.
MacArthur? Not here. Menjivar?
Present.
Powers?
Here.
Nen?
Here.
Okay, so we have everyone here except Daniel, Violetta, and Latrice. If you see them come in, please let me know. I'm going to make a motion to approve the,
Actually, yeah, can we amend a couple things? Let's put a discussion at the end, along with agenda items for next meeting, about meeting locations. And so I guess amending number 8 to be items for next meeting and meeting location. And I think Ms. Torres is here to give the SEL report. So let's put that after the student report. So sort of like a between C and D.
okay, so, sorry, I'm just typing. Okay, so I make a motion to amend the agenda to include the SEL report between items C and D on the agenda of reports, and to include a discussion about meeting location at agenda number item 8.
I'll second.
That's Zen. Okay. I'm going to do a roll call. Andrade? It's not here yet. Bowman?
Yay.
Bugs?
Yes.
Cerna Prado? It's not here. Cresswell?
Yes.
Hilbrands?
Yay.
Land?
Yes.
Ma? Yes. Martinsek?
Yes.
MacArthur? Okay, it's not here. Menjivar?
Yay.
Powers?
Yes.
And Zen?
Yes.
And I make a note that at 6:03, Daniel and Violetta joined. And, okay, and then next item is I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the July 27th, 2021 LSC special meeting and the August 10th, 2021 regular LSC meeting.
I second. This is Roberto.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Ellen. Do you want me to do them as separate motions?
Because I wasn't
Yeah.
here with them. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes, okay. I rescind my motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the minutes from the July 27th, 2021 special meeting.
Second.
Okay, Powers second. Roll call. Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Abstain.
Stain, Bugs.
Yes.
Cerna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Hilbrands,
Yay.
Land,
Yes.
Ma, yes, Martinsek. Abstain.
Sorry,
I think
abstain. Yes.
I see you. MacArthur's not here. Menjivar,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Zen.
Yes.
Okay, those minutes are approved. Make a motion to approve the August 10th, 2021 regular LSC meeting minutes.
Second.
Our second and roll call, Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Bugs,
Yes.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Hilbrands,
Yay.
Land,
Yes.
Ma, yes, Martinsek,
Yes.
MacArthur is not here. MacArthur? No. Menjivar,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Zen. Okay, all of our minutes are approved or up to date. Woohoo! Okay, I turn it over to you, Cassie. You are on mute, Cassie.
Sorry, we'll start the public participation. And Sarah, there's another sign up. Can you forward the thing to them? Okay, the first speaker is Mr. Justin Huang. Did I say your last name okay?
It's recognizable. It's Huang, but it is recognizable. Thanks.
Great. So go right ahead.
Great. Thanks. My cat might interrupt me, so I apologize if that happens. But hi, my name is Justin Huang. I am one of the math teachers at Jones. I believe that building a strong school community is the first of many steps towards transforming Jones into an equitable and anti-racist institution. I believe that events during an all-staff meeting on Monday, August 23rd, negatively impacted our school community. I'd like to describe this meeting and its effects on me as a teacher at Jones. Members of a community need to be able to trust each other. At the start of an all-staff meeting on 8/23, Dr. Powers explained that he was absent from last spring's listening session due to an unavoidable and unexpected scheduling conflict. Later, after a staff member revealed that Dr. Powers had previously described the listening session as a struggle session, Dr. Powers explained that he did not attend the session because he did not want to listen to himself be publicly criticized without being able to respond. I spoke at the listening session last spring, expecting Dr. Powers to be present. My trust was broken when he was absent. I initially believed Dr. Powers when he said he was absent due to an unavoidable conflict. My trust was broken again when he shared he did not want to attend the session. All voices and perspectives in a community should be heard. Throughout the meeting on 8/23, I was encouraged by the fact that many of my colleagues felt comfortable to share their perspectives with the whole community. I was equally encouraged by the fact that the administration upheld these voices by offering microphones so the entire staff could hear. Speakers, many of whom are BIPOC, shared that they felt unsafe, disrespected, and minimalized. At one point, Dr. Powers said that, while we're all sharing our feelings, I feel disrespected by you. I am not going to take it anymore. Dr. Powers then abruptly left the meeting. While I'm glad the administration afforded these teachers an opportunity to speak, I am disheartened by this overt and unproductive display of unprofessionalism. By leaving the meeting, Dr. Powers wielded his power to leave the conversation, a move which no other staff member would be permitted to exercise. His abrupt departure and the lack of follow-up from the administrative team effectively ended the discussion with no resolution. I fear these moves will have a chilling effect on the willingness staff members have to share their dissident voices and perspectives again. Members of a community need both to trust each other and to feel heard. From my perspective, the meeting on Monday, 8/23, among other things, damaged relational trust and muted an important conversation. I bring this to your attention to highlight the needs of our community. I do not have answers and I do not have suggested next steps for the LSC or for the administrative team. All I have is an overwhelming feeling that what occurred in this meeting was wrong and a strong urge to announce to this community that it was wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Justin. And for the LSC, for council members, we can respond after each speaker, but we can also respond at the end of the speakers. I think we have 3 speakers here. So if speakers can hang around until the end of public participation, I think that's helpful. Dr. Powers, go ahead.
Yes, if the other speakers are speaking along the same lines, I'll wait until the end. Otherwise, I would like to say something.
No, I think the other topics are dress code.
All right, very good. If I may just take a couple of minutes, I appreciate Mr. Huang's perspective on this. He is correct in his initial belief that I was away because I was with my family for the first time in over a year and a half, celebrating my daughter's graduation from veterinary college. I informed everyone of this and was unable to participate as a result. Once I viewed the listening session, it was clear that there would have been no opportunity for response because there was no opportunity offered for response. At the beginning of our meetings on August the 23rd, I welcomed everyone to speak with me at any time, as I have done multiple times in the past. I told everyone that I had listened to the information. I did feel like it was a situation where it was set up to not invite response, but to be simply told and put on the spot. That's why I use the term struggle session, and I still stand by that. It was not productive. After approximately 25 or 30 minutes of being screamed at and insulted, I finally said, I don't know what you want from me. I've never been disrespected like this in my life or in my career, and I've had it for the day. So I handed the microphone off to another member of the administrative team. I don't deny that. However, I did not say to anyone that I didn't attend the June listening session because I didn't want to. I didn't attend because I was with my family. I believe I'm entitled to that opportunity on occasion. Thank you. If I may add, no one has yet come to me to speak about their specific concerns. Well, I take that back. One person has, who spoke that day. Everyone else has assiduously avoided speaking with me. And I think this is a two-way street in terms of communication. They communicated the way they felt. I tried to respond. I was not given the respectful opportunity to respond, as they were continuously over and over again. And as a result, I finally said, if we're not going to have a dialogue, I'm done. But no one has approached me since that time.
Ellen, go ahead.
I just want to chime in on two quick things. One, I was at the session. I would just like to make it very clear that there was no raised voice from anyone. So I really want to make that clear. It seems like that's a difference in perception that maybe different people there have, but I just wanted to say from my perspective, I did not hear elevated tone. And I also would like to point out, Dr. Powers, you were saying that you were going to reach out to individuals. So I think that's a step that you have been taking since that time. So I just wanted to clarify if I misunderstood that from the meeting. I would really appreciate that being clarified.
Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
Yes, at the beginning of our meeting, I did say that because I did want people to come and speak with me, and I did want to reach out to those individuals. After having gotten a complete repeat of the recorded listening session, in some cases almost word for word, as though I had not listened to it, even though I said I had, I felt like people had had ample opportunity to explain themselves if they wished to. I attempted to, again, dialogue with people at that meeting, and it was unproductive, at least in terms of a number of people. I'm glad people felt like they were able to air their grievances, but I do wish they would come to me with more specifics, because so far all I've heard have been generalizations, and very, very few of those have had very many specific impact, at least not in terms of my understanding of what's going on. So that's all I have to say on that subject. Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to the speakers who are here to talk about dress code, and council members will open up the floor again after those two speakers for responses to them, and if you have anything else on this topic as well, okay? So let me see here. I think Isabel, you're up next.
So my name is Isabel Cordy. I am a junior. My pronouns are they, them. And I just wanted to say, so I am the one who organized the slut walk at Jones. And I kind of wanted to talk about why I did it and what I expected to happen because of that. I did this because of Dr. Power's, in my opinion, extremely inappropriate comments about what people were wearing, because since school started earlier this year, which I'm aware that he has no control over, it's obviously going to be a little bit more hot at the beginning of the school year. And so I think that everyone was wearing completely appropriate clothing for that weather. And I also believe that Dr. Powers was targeting female students in his request for the student body to cover up. I also wanted to address the fact that there are multiple known abusers at Jones, and I'm sure that all of them or most of them have been reported. At least that is the information that I've been given, and nothing has been done about it. And so I think it's really ironic that Dr. Powers cares more about what the girls or the feminine dressing students at our school wear instead of actually targeting a bigger problem, which is people who have sexually assaulted or raped people at Jones and the safety risk that entails. So I made a list of demands. I want Dr. Powers to publicly apologize on the intercom to every woman or student that, because I personally feel that is what should be done, because I took offense to it, and a lot of my friends and a lot of the people that I know did as well. I also would like to delve into the topic of expelling or suspending, or at least addressing the fact that multiple abusers are at Jones, because I know that there are multiple people who are willing to talk to admin or police or anybody about their experiences. And I also want there to be a safe space for victims at Jones. For example, rearranging class schedules if an abuser of a student is in that class with them. But I really want to stress, in my personal opinion, I feel that it is way more important to expel and or suspend the abusers, which I know it's very difficult to do, but I don't think that these people should have a place at Jones. Frankly, I think these people should be in jail, but there's only so much that can be done about that. So yeah, that was pretty much it. I don't know if Mila has anything to add, but that's all I had.
Thanks, Isabel. Thanks for taking the time to come speak. We have another speaker on the dress code too, so if you can stick around for if council members want to ask you some questions, if you don't mind, or have comments for you. And the next speaker signed up is Katie Cousin. You want to go ahead, Katie?
Hi, thanks for having me tonight. I want to express my disappointment about the use of the PA system to call out the dress code to the Jones student body during the first week of school. Not only is this type of communication unnecessary and ineffective, but it's also hurtful to those for whom it's directed. Our children were out of the school building learning remotely for months and months. And in that first week of school, they were expressing themselves and essentially saying through their dress, "Look, I'm here, I survived." Instead of calling out students, please reframe your communication by calling students in to a deeper conversation, anchored in respect, about how students are dressing to come to school each day. We have a great example for how to do this work by the administration at Evanston Township High School. I'm sure they'd be happy to share with you their processes around student engagement and their results for their school community. By commenting on student appearance, the opportunity for demonstrating respect for each student's humanity was missed. Thanks for listening.
Thanks so much, Katie. Dr. Powers, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much to both of you for your comments and your insights. I addressed this issue with the LSC earlier. It's in my report this week, and I will touch on that briefly when we get to the principal's report. My announcements made the first week of school were done in the mildest possible terms, urging students to use common sense and what is considered to be appropriate dress at school. We have a dress code that we developed several years ago. We did consider the Evanston Township dress code and others used by other leading CPS high schools, especially selective enrollment high schools. I prefer that our students be able to make decisions on their own, make informed decisions about what is appropriate for school and what is not, as opposed to providing a highly prescriptive or proscriptive checklist type dress code. My comments were simply, please use some common sense. Please observe what you know to be appropriate dress for school. And we left it at that, essentially. I know it upset some people. Rather than trying to speak to each individual and say, you know, come on in here, we want to talk about this. Instead, it seemed more appropriate to say, okay, school's back in session. Yes, the summer vacation time is over. We haven't been in school for a long time, but there are certain kinds of dress that are more appropriate than others. And I left that to the students to make those decisions.
So I'll remind council members that we have this as an agenda item later. On the agenda, we also have a little background document linked with the Jones dress code currently and various other things, including the sample one from Evanston. So in terms of actually discussing that stuff, we'll do that when we get to that agenda item. Deborah, how about you go? And then if Isabel has a brief thing to add, that would be great.
Sure. As the parent of a female student who listened to the PA announcements, I understand, Dr. Powers, that you claim no intent of harm, but I know my daughter came out of school feeling very upset both times. I know there was a lot of discussion on Instagram, a lot of parody on Instagram, hundreds of people involved in a conversation about dress code. And I can only echo what I hear from Isabel and what I hear from Katie, that the appropriateness of raising that the first week of school when people are just coming together for the first time was probably not our best choice in terms of what we want to emphasize for community building. To tie back to what Mr. Huang said, it's about let's build community. That's the first thing. And the second thing about it is that the way our dress code is currently written, there are no rules except what the administrative team decides is inappropriate. And that's another thing that my student raised to me, and she said, you know, it's really not fair. She said, I would much rather have clear, detailed guidelines, because then it's not up to somebody who has a personal opinion. They either agree with it or they don't agree with it. And quite frankly, the tendency to lean towards body shaming, particularly for females, or size shaming, and claiming that an outfit is appropriate or not appropriate for school, considering that there are disciplinary consequences that this can escalate to, my daughter thinks this is really inappropriate the way we currently have it at Jones. And I can only echo what I'm hearing from our speakers tonight about this topic, that we need to do a better job of making sure that people feel safe in conversations about dress code, and that we really listen to in particular, the female identifying students, because they're the ones whose radar goes up and says, I'm being singled out. Even if that's not your intention, that's how it plays to the room. I'm being singled out, and that's not what we want. We want community, we want relationships, and we want people to feel safe that they can identify what is the rule without having to worry about somebody else's opinion. Let's take the opinion out of it. Let's make it easy. That's all I'm asking, and that would be what my daughter would ask for too. Thank you.
Thanks. Isabel, if you have a little bit to add, and then we'll go to Roberto.
I just wanted to say I agree with absolutely everything that Miss Land said. That's honestly pretty much what I was going to say. I just have a few more things to add. I have read the Jones College Prep Handbook and the section where it mentions dress code, and there is absolutely no limitations or strict rules. So for you to say that, I think it's kind of ironic, because I mean, it's your school and you don't know what the dress code says. Additionally, I think it's also it's funny that you, a man who has never been subjected to any kind of sexism, is sitting here telling me that I'm overreacting and that your comments weren't meant to be that way. And as someone who has been sexualized because of I'm a feminine presenting person since a very young age, I take so much offense to that, because you can just say, I did something wrong, I apologize, I'm going to make a public apology about this. And I don't understand why you're sitting here defending your actions that are so clearly in the wrong. And this might come off as angry, because I'm really mad that these are your words of choice in this situation, because I truly don't think that you should be speaking on this, because you don't understand, you don't get it. And that's just my perspective on that.
Thanks, Isabel. And I think can sum up some of what you said as the fact that impact very much matters over intent in general. And I think this is a very strong case for that. Roberto, do you want to go ahead?
I do. Can you hear me? So I want to thank our speakers today for expressing how they felt and the harm that was caused. I'd like to know who is the designated Title IX coordinator for Jones, and if that information is available for students. So that way students can go in and speak to the Title IX coordinator and express their feelings and express their experiences in a safe, courageous space and confidential space. The second thing that so that's the first question: who's the Title IX coordinator, and do students know how to reach that person? The second thing is this goes back to the last school year, that students have been demanding a bias-based harm form, and that was supposed to be launched by the start of this school year, and it hasn't. And CPS, they launched their Transforming Bias-Based Harm, and inside that framework, there was a form for students, adults to file reports. And when I brought this up, it was implied that that's not the best course. But students are still waiting for Jones to have their own bias-based form where students can report these incidents, report their experiences, so that the school administrative leadership team, with the counselors, with the behavioral team, so that they can address this appropriately. And we're still waiting on that form. So where is that form? When will it be launched? And when will it be promoted to students? Otherwise, Isabel and every student that's listening, an adult that's listening today, I encourage you to take a look at CPS, Student Protection Office, Student Protection, and their Title IX and the form. If you feel that the school has not addressed your concerns, you are empowered to file it with the district. And then finally, I think that this goes to what the Equity Committee and this LSC, as part of the whole school safety, has encouraged this administrative and this community to hire and establish a school culture coordinator position so that that individual can advocate for the students and can empower students. So I want to know, where are we? I know that's something that we're going to address, but those are three important things that if we had addressed them before the start of the school and we had implemented them, perhaps we could have avoided the situation.
Thanks, Roberto. So this time is for council members to respond. So we'll stick with that. Daniel, do you want to go ahead?
Yes. I just, in response to Roberto, also I just want to echo thank you, Isabel and Katie, for coming here and speaking today. I think it's very useful, and I feel empowered just from hearing you speak. So again, thank you so much. But in response to Roberto, I remember last year, teachers were encouraged to set time aside for one class during online learning to go over Title IX. I believe CPS sent out a video, and it was really a comprehensive video that went over Title IX. And I still remember the video, and I remember the resources they gave us about going to the CPS website. So I don't know if there is a specific Title IX coordinator at Jones, but I'm sure, like, I remember we can go to the website and look for our school's Title IX coordinator, or there was a Title IX coordinator, Title IX hotline for CPS. So like those resources were put out there from a student's perspective. I just don't believe the freshmen would have that because it was last year. But the sophomores, juniors, and seniors should have that information.
Thanks. Okay, this is I think we have one more speaker, but she could not come right at the start. So we'll do that at the end. Mr. Huang, thank you so much for speaking as well. And I just want to acknowledge your comments. I think it's really important for the school community to hear this. This has been an ongoing issue, and we've discussed it at several meetings. I feel like it's clearly not been resolved in the community so far, and we really appreciate you coming and speaking publicly about it, because I know that isn't easy. Okay, I think that wraps up public participation for now.
Ms. Creswell, I know you asked me to wait till the end, but I'm afraid that Isabel doesn't have the time that other people have to wait until 9 o'clock. And I wanted to say something to her.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first, my name is Raquel. My pronouns are she, her. And as a parent of children that are in the LGBTQ community, my siblings are in the community, cousins, I mean, many generations. You know, this community has existed as long as mankind. And a lot of people have to come to terms with who people are in this community, how to respect this community. So, you know, the whole world, the city, the district, you know, everybody has to do a lot of work to respect this community. And another thing is, you know, when we are speaking passionately, we have to, you know, take our time and not make assumptions. You know, one assumption is, you know, how people may look if they've been assaulted or something like that. Now, do I look like someone that's been assaulted many times in my life? You know, starting from 4 years old? Probably not. So we should not make assumptions based on how people look, on what challenges or struggles that they've endured in their lifetime. So we should just not make any assumptions, just like we shouldn't assume gender or anything like that. And, you know, I respect you coming forward and addressing this issue, but at the same time, you know, we have to be respectful both ways and not make assumptions on anybody. Thank you.
I don't think this should go on much further. I hope that that wasn't a comment to tone police. Isabel, I think she did a really excellent job summing up why she held a protest and why she organized that. And
I
why,
use they them pronouns, just to remind you. Not she.
sorry,
Yeah.
well, very sorry. Yes, so really no, I think that you've done a great job presenting, and to imply that anything was done not respectfully by any of the speakers tonight, I think is not, that is out of line if that's what was implied. Okay, so we will come back to this, and I think Daniel will also actually address the dress code under the student report as well. Okay, so next item, thank you to all the speakers. Our next item is 5A, it's the principal report.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I was a little late getting the report in because we had a great many things we needed to include in it. In addition, a lot of things going on in terms of the school with regard to the start of the school. We're just into our third week rather. We are also in a situation where a lot of demands are being placed on myself and other members of the leadership team and faculty and staff on a daily basis, particularly some of the things with regard to COVID and some of the things that have been going on related to all of that, plus other things that we get in terms of emails coming in, parent inquiries, student inquiries, and so forth. So I do apologize for not having this in a little bit earlier. And Sarah, thank you for putting it up there. We only have a very short amount of information on our monthly report here. The year-to-date attendance is slightly lower than it would be normally, and we kind of anticipated that, but still better than last year during our remote learning at 95.8, almost 96%. We have no new on-track data. This is from the end of last school year. We've had only 3 discipline-related issues, all 3 in the group 3. Relatively minor, all dealt with through restorative justice practices. No disciplinary actions were taken in terms of in-school suspension or detentions or anything like that. Parents and students were involved in discussions to resolve these issues. A staffing update, we have completed all of our educational staff, certified staff, meaning teachers and related staff. Those have all been completed and our new people are all listed there. A little bit later on, I'll have some bios and pictures of all of our new staff members, especially the certified staff members. We still have a couple of things to finish up. We still have our position of our climate and culture coordinator. And I think, I don't know if Mr. Mitchell is going to speak to that this evening, but that is well underway, the process. We have a committee involved with the developing criteria and protocols for the interviews, as well as selecting candidates from the fairly large pool of candidates that applicants we've received. We also have one new security officer position that remains to be filled. We've made a recommendation, but it's all now with the Safety and Security Office of CPS to finalize. We do have an upcoming clerk position because one of our office clerks is leaving us near the end of this month. And we still have 2 special education classroom assistant positions. These were part of added positions, and we've had a good strong pool to draw from. We've hired 3 people and we have 2 more to complete. Other than that, I think we pretty much have our staffing taken care of. COVID protocols, we'd sent out today a listing of basic steps with regard to COVID, everything from the, trying to find my notes here because we just sent this out earlier today. It includes contact tracing and quarantining, reporting positive test results, what constitutes close contacts and how CPS handles that, proof of vaccination, both for CPS and for the school. There are directions there. Schoolwork during quarantine. Any student who is quarantined based on these policies has access to remote learning. And as soon as we have a list of students who are being quarantined, we send that to the teachers so they can reach out to the students to arrange for their schoolwork. Our original list, because we did have a case where there was a good deal of exposure within one of our athletic teams, it eventually was narrowed down to about 19 students, if I'm not mistaken, who are exposed. And ultimately that has bit by bit been narrowed down because of students having already gotten their vaccinations and are demonstrating no symptoms of any sort. There's also information in there with regard to non-quarantine absences and quarantine absences. In other words, quarantine absences are done with the assumption that if the student checks in, the student is virtually present, but if the student is absent, we still, just as with normal absences, ask the parents to contact the school office. And then finally, we have an attestation form in which our parents are asked to attest that they will be sharing that information. They're checking with their students each day in terms of any symptoms and then reporting those symptoms. We've had a few technical difficulties with that form because of the way in which it was originally created by CPS. We're trying to get all of those things resolved. That's to be done each quarter. Our one-to-one computing, we're well on our way to getting computers, the Chromebooks, into the hands of all of our students. We have something less than 100 students remaining. These are students who have not come in, or there may be cases where they already have one and it's not in our records because of when it was distributed last school year. But nevertheless, we have now reached out to each of those individuals to make it known to them that they can come in any day before school and during the lunch periods. We've been doing that now for 2 weeks. This is the third week we're doing that, and we're down to, again, something along the lines of less than 100 students. We hope to have those all wrapped up this week. We held our back to school night on September the 9th. Obviously, given the circumstances and some of the things that have been going on with COVID, our overall turnout was somewhat lower than we've had in the past. We anticipate a year from now that will not be the case. Things will, I hope, bounce back as we get into a post-pandemic world, hopefully that we'll be living in a year from now and even sooner. And I've given the data there in terms of the percentage of parents who came in, picked up schedules, and went around to meet with teachers. We had a lot of very positive comments. A lot of parents were very enthusiastic, even though our overall numbers were relatively low. The last week of August, just before school started, we had our first Eagle Fireside Chat, a live presentation online via YouTube, via our own YouTube channel, which is recorded, and people who did not attend or did not log in that evening are certainly free to do so at any time because it's tied to our website. And at that time, we shared some additional things, some updates, and kind of supplemented what we normally do with our regular Eagle leader, or excuse me, our Eagle updates, our Jones Eagle updates coming out via email. Our moving forward together plan is taking shape tremendously well. We have had approval from CPS, and we're moving ahead with all of our implementation areas. I've included in the report there some of the things that we already mentioned at the previous meeting, and that is the 3 major areas that are the focus of this plan. But again, those are not exclusive. We do have other things that we're doing that we have been working on that are also part of that plan. Also, this evening, you're going to be hearing about our SEL plan from Assistant Principal Gonzalez Torres. And then next month at our next LSC meeting, we'll have an update on our CIWP, our out of school time or OST initiatives, and we'll also have the state of the school report at that time at our October 12th meeting. Next month is the first in-person PSAT that we have had on time, on schedule for our students. This is for juniors. It's the 13th, which is a Wednesday. We still do not know from CPS whether this is a full attendance day for all other grade levels. This is sometimes a bit of a problem in terms of getting a final decision on this. We have it in the schedule for testing for 11th graders, but again, it's going to be challenging if we have to have everyone else present. But if CPS says it is a regular attendance day, then it will be, and it happens. I'm not sure whether it's an A or B day. I think it's an A day. That's coming up very shortly. That's very important too, because in addition to being practice for the SAT, the PSAT and MSQT for juniors is the gateway for the National Merit Scholarship Program. And we shall be hearing, I believe tomorrow, the official release of students who have attained semifinalist status. And then following that, they will be able to, they'll send us the commended students as well. And we'll be congratulating those students. We have our selective enrollment open house scheduled for Saturday, October 16th from 10 to 3. This is the first in-person open house that we have had, obviously since 2019. We anticipate a large turnout. In the past, it's typically between 4,000 and 5,000 people come and visit the school. Again, because of the pandemic, it could be fewer than that, or it could be more. It's hard to tell. We are taking steps to make sure that we are doing sufficient social distancing. Obviously, everyone will be required to wear a mask while they're here. And we're dividing people up into our two auditoriums, the North and the Robin Bennett Theater, so that we don't have to have a large group in any one place. We have plenty of room for social distancing. We are also, and I want to emphasize here the role that Friends of Jones plays in helping us organize and implement our high school or selective enrollment open house. This is also the beginning of high school fairs. We have already been invited to quite a few. We've reached out to many others, including the various network chiefs, to see if there are any network wide fairs during the course of a normal school year, last time being 2 years ago. Myself and other members of school leadership have attended the equivalent of about 140 to 150 different high school fairs, or for individual schools represented at high school fairs from all over the city. And we're making a deliberate effort to reach out to schools and be involved with schools in areas where perhaps they are underserved, but at least demonstrate the diverse array of schools and communities in our city. I provided for all of you in this report the same information that I provided previously to the LSC regarding the dress code. And again, I think we've pretty well covered the discussion of it. My intention was simply to remind students of what is appropriate for school and what is not. I think reasonable people can disagree reasonably on the subject of whether something should be specific or general. Again, I prefer to help give our students an opportunity to make informed decisions themselves. But if it is the intention and the sense of the LSC, which according to information I've been shared with me, the LSC does have that authority to set that, then whatever the LSC decides to come up with, we certainly will look at that and consider how that can be implemented. And again, our present dress code was taken into, we did take into consideration the Evanston Township model and what they have been using for a number of years, and also the dress codes of a number of other high-ranking CPS high schools. And I've kept a copy of the actual dress code is in this report for your information. The North Auditorium project, we have initiated a request to CPS for a capital project that addresses the beyond the scope of the things that we brought to the LSC earlier this summer, where we were trying to expand the stage. Instead, we're going to be looking at a broader project that also takes into consideration ADA accessibility for the stage and elsewhere in the auditorium. This is the North Auditorium in the North Building, the older of the two. Our science lab renovations are largely completed. There may still be some vent work and fume hoods that have not yet been put into full use. And we're still waiting on the new furniture that is to be delivered. Right now we're just using borrowed furniture that the contractors provided for us. We have a number of upcoming events listed there, including getting toward the end of next month. We have our first fall play, our first actually live play since the fall of 2019, which is very exciting. It's the complete works of Shakespeare abridged and revised, which is a comedy, as you might understand. And it is also a play which Mr. Lyons and our students produced some years ago, I think about 9 or 10 years ago, and we're actually able to perform it at Illinois State University at the annual conference of student theater. It was very exciting. It was fun to be there that night. And I recall hearing as I was leaving the auditorium there that evening, overhearing some students talking about their theater director saying, he doesn't let us do anything cool like that. So that seemed to be an endorsement for it, but it's very entertaining. Finally, I just wanted to point out that At the request of the LSC, I am including notations on principal evaluation competencies so that each item, as appropriate on the principal's report, has a designation as it ties into the various competencies that are listed there. I will go back, add that to the principal's report from last month, and then return that amended copy to the LSC members. And that concludes my report. Thank you for your attention.
Elaine, do you want to go ahead, and I'll ask your question that you had put in the chat too. Either you can or I'll add it later.
Okay. Thank you for the information, Dr. Powers. Question, I want to circle back to the question that I had in July. I was wondering if you might be able to provide breakdown by class when you do the on track. Maybe it's just me as an educator. I just like to see, I know you said it's close in range, but I really like to see how each grade level is doing. So I know you mentioned last month that that's something that you would provide from the previous month, but I'd appreciate that.
I can do that for the in the next report. I'll break it down by grade level. It'll still be the cumulative from last school year, but I can do certainly. I see. It's easily accessible.
Got it. Okay, so maybe as we go forward, and again, it could just be the teacher and me. So so thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to ask was, as it relates to when I read the report that you sent out, that was my first time as a parent of a junior, first time hearing about the PSAT. And while I was excited that they're going to do that, because this class has definitely been denied that every year because of various reasons, has any communication gone out to parents, notifying them of that?
That'll be going out this week.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Then there was a question in the chat, I think actually from Elaine. Did we get an answer on who the Title IX coordinator at Jones is?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. We deal directly with Title IX through that office. And I don't know if I'm sure we have a designated person as a member of the leadership team, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure who it is because we always deal directly with that office in CPS. But I'll get that information and share that with you all.
Thanks. Sarah?
If you want to ask, is your question related? You could go. No? Okay. I had a couple questions. The approved plan MFT, where is it? Plan that has been greenlighted by CPS. Can we see that? That was one question. Two, if we couldn't attend the back to school tonight or back to school night, I believe in the email it was said that the counseling videos would be shared out. When will that happen? And then,
okay.
Yeah, those are my two questions.
Okay. I will check with the counseling team on those videos. And I'm sorry, what was your other question again?
Are you able to share the approved MFT plan?
Oh, the plan itself. It's an online thing, and I don't know if it's fully shareable. What we're going to do is to share the segments of it and show how they all fit together. But we'll be doing that starting this evening with the SEL programming, and then moving on to next month as well. So yes, you will definitely have all of that information.
Was it just an online form, like a template?
It was a template that does not easily translate into a shareable document.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the thing
we will provide that. Yeah.
I think the thing that we'd like to see most is just the basic budget from it, and what's the, how much the total dollars will be and how they'll be spent. I think is an important thing for the LSC to see.
It certainly is, and we are working on that because, for example, one area of significant importance and something that was highlighted in the budget season as we were developing that, and I thank Mr. Menjivar for adding that item with regard to SAT prep. We have some funds there, but we are working with 3 different vendors, CPS vendors, that are well known and well respected with regard to SAT and PSAT prep. And at this particular time, we're examining their proposals and how they can provide services to our students. Everything from either in person or virtual, online, but live classes preferably, and also sharing other information with the students of a free nature, such as Kaplan has a free preparation program for the PSAT and MSQT, and so does Khan Academy, which is always free. But we're working on that, so that will determine a lot of what the costs are going to be, and then of course how many students participate in those programs. We're looking at trying to offer something that offers several different options for students, depending on where they feel like they are in terms of preparation for the SAT. And we'll be doing that, actually rolling that out or pulling it all together in the coming months to roll out around January. So there's sufficient time before the SAT is given in April.
Elaine?
Yes. So this is kind of, we moved past it, but just Dr. Powers, I would recommend that when you are able to identify or who that Title IX coordinator is among your team, it's always very helpful to have that information be known by staff and students as things occur, so they'll be able to contact the right person should things occur during the school year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We will do
that. Troy?
In regards to Sarah's request regarding the email that was going to be for the follow-up for the family nights, are you referring to the sessions that the counselors did for the freshman sophomore?
Yeah, I thought I could pull up the original back to school email. It said if you couldn't come, the grade level meeting information would be shared. I don't know if that was necessarily a video or just actually text.
So I'm looking at some of their back to school items, and I do see that they already sent out one for the senior family night. My guess is that it'll probably be sent out tomorrow. Something you probably should know is that for especially freshmen, the counselors use Naviance to communicate to families, but with incoming freshmen, it's the student has to request that the parent be added. So if they're not added, they won't get it. So for the sophomore families, I'm not sure if that's going to be being planned to be sent out, but I can also, if in addition to Dr. Powers following up, I can talk to Mr. Coleman to see if they plan to be sending one out for the freshmen.
Isn't it just sent through Aspen? Why is it through not? Wouldn't all of our emails be in? Oh, Mr. Crusetto is our Title IX coordinator. Thank you. Anyway, we could talk offline. Let's just make sure that.
Okay.
Thanks, Troy. And Dr. Powers?
Yes, thank you. I did see that Mr. Mitchell has put that in the chat there. Yeah, Mr. Grossetto, thank you for reminding me on that, is our Title IX coordinator, largely because the great thrust of that has to do with athletics and opportunities for all students in the field of athletics. And we meet with our Title IX coordinator from sports administration on an annual basis and update that. But there are other areas, of course, as well. And Mr. Mitchell is his backup on that.
Okay, let me see, hands again. Roberto?
Great. Dr. Powers, I really appreciated the fireside chat, the first of Jones, especially the beginning that talked about the moving forward together vision, and that Jones is engaged in initiatives through the moving forward together to advance and support the vision in the school and students. And just a quote from that, because I thought it was very important for our community to understand where we're going together, right? Moving forward together. So our vision for Jones College Prep is to be a high quality, inclusive, equitable, and rigorous learning environment in which students are provided opportunity, guidance, and support to grow to their full potential and thrive as individuals and contributing members of society. And this vision builds upon the profile of the ideal Jones graduate and graduation. And I appreciated that you led with that because that's important. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask Dr. Powers, just following up on Elaine's question, on Councilmember Elaine Bugg's question on the test prep, and you mentioning that you're looking at vendors to prepare our students for the upcoming PSAT and SAT for our 10th graders, juniors, and seniors. And for our juniors who have missed a lot, I'm wondering if Jones is planning to have some sort of test prep review workshop or a palooza on some weekends, evening sessions, just to get them ready. And I know time is short, right? Because the PSAT is on October 13th, but it would be great to at least get them a couple days to participate in a workshop, just so that they don't have that anxiety of sitting down for 2 to 4 hours to take a test. So are there plans for the juniors to have some sort of workshop?
Yes, there are. But again, working with outside vendors on that, and so that students can do that themselves online. And we'll have that information out to everybody, like I said, this week. That's a little bit separate from the rest of the SAT prep, which is coming up later in the school year and has a significant cost involved in it. But yes, we'll be getting that information out to the parents of juniors.
And I'm hoping it's in person, like some live video, because as you mentioned at the budget, we did earmark $20,000 to prepare our students for these test preps. And then there's the moving funds or moving forward together funds. I'm assuming that would augment some of that, some of those funds that we've allocated.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for principal's report? If not, let's take 3 minutes here in between 5A and 5B to do our last, as far as I know, last public sign up for public participant. If Mila is here, yes, she is. Mila, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. And I apologize for being late and not being able to make it to where everyone else was talking, but I am here also to talk about the dress code and the response that we've received around it. From what I picked up, I didn't really get to catch what happened earlier. Well, first of all, yeah, I'm Mila. Hi, I'm a senior at Jones. I've been here all 4 years, and I think it's been very interesting to see the culture of everyone around me and everything that's happened. So it's just been very eventful. I'm sorry, I'm like totally scatterbrained right now, but it's been odd to say the least. It's not something that's been like, it's been difficult to process because we've not been given a chance to process like how things have been reached out to us. And I know being a woman and hearing the announcements about the dress code has been confusing because we don't know what you mean by common sense. Common sense is something that's incredibly subjective, and there's no real way to create a standard. That can look different for different bodies, different people, and I think a major issue with that is that it will then target people, specifically women and non-binary identifying people. On top of that, the actions of what was deemed the slut walk were majorly ignored by administration, which was very difficult to see because we as students there often feels like a massive like disconnect between us and the faculty, which makes it difficult for people to feel like they can come forward about things. And past actions of the administration in people that I know, in my friends, in their experiences with them, having their stories and experiences swept under the rug by the administration has been impactful silently, because it doesn't feel like a place that's safe to speak up about these problems, especially when it comes to victims of sexual assault and violence and harassment, which is a massive problem in Jones. And we don't talk about it because we're Jones. We want to be this amazing environment that is wonderful for everyone and safe, and it should be like that. I should be able to go to school and not be afraid of having that happen to me, because I've seen it happen to my friends. I've seen it happen to classmates, to people younger than me, people older than me. And I think either addressing the past accusations that have come forward and not, again, ignoring them, also creating like a safe space for the victims of these sort of things, and working to make Jones somewhere where people do feel like they can speak up about what they've gone through. And also hopefully seeing administration take us seriously. I'm aware that emails were going out to teachers about this, but we as students did not receive anything. And that was very disheartening, and it did feel like our voices were not being appreciated or heard.
Thank you so much, Mila. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and to speak, and especially both your and Isabel's comments on the reason that many students felt so impacted by the announcements was tied into basically harm being done and not being repaired on sexual assault. And that's a real issue. And the LSC can take that seriously. And there's various places that can be discussed. So we want to continue to hear from students on this. Dr. Powers?
Yes, I want to thank Mila again and also Isabel. This is a very important issue in terms of our students wanting to be, not only wanting to be safe, but they need to have that feeling of safety at school. I can assure everyone that when issues involving any type of sexual misconduct, harassment, or whatever it might be, is brought to our attention, we take action on it. And the very first thing that we do is report it to the Office of Student Protections. That's the protocol we're required to follow. There are limits in terms of what we are allowed to do by CPS and the Office of Student Protections in terms of our own investigation. But we try to get the basic information, report it to OSP, and then OSP reaches out to those people who are identified as having a concern, or they feel like they've been harmed in some way, and doing an investigation and then providing us with the feedback on that. I can again assure everyone that any case that has been brought to our attention that has been investigated by OSP and has been found to be credible by OSP, we have acted upon within the confines of what was previously the Student Code of Conduct is now the Student Rights and Responsibilities. It's a very important document for us. We have to operate within that, and we have to operate at the direction of OSP with many of these issues.
Hi, Mila, go ahead for a quick follow-up.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and I would love to see that happen, but unfortunately that has not happened in the past. I have had people speak to me about their experiences and being told by the administration that they shouldn't report this because it would then ruin the person who's done this lives, and that it doesn't matter because it was the last day of school when this happened and it's summertime, and why would you bring it up now? And I do have permission by this person to talk about this. And the fact that this person still has to live in fear and confused because the person who committed like the action has never been identified because the administration did not act upon what they could have to attempt to find this person. And that's something that when we hear that as women, that makes us very scared to come forward about things. I'm not sure how many people have been impacted in similar ways that have just decided not to bring it up because we are, by not acting, by not speaking up, you are telling us that our voices do not matter and that our experiences do not matter.
And I do appreciate your viewpoint on that, Mila. Again, part of the situation is that we cannot share information in terms of what has happened with regard to student discipline related issues or these kinds of investigations. We have limitations on what we can do to communicate. Some things have often been done and people say, well, nothing was done. Well, that's because we are constrained. We cannot announce the outcome, for example, of an investigation. We cannot announce consequences that might have been administered to that particular student, whether they were restorative justice or more serious discipline consequences. We simply cannot share that information. It's not legal, nor is it ethical. But again, because it's not seen, sometimes people think nothing's been done. Please be assured, things are done, actions are taken.
Thanks, Dr. Powers. I think to clarify, Mila wasn't talking about not hearing how students' behavior was responded to, but students who were harmed being told that they should not report stuff or not pursue stuff. So
yes,
I think
that'd be correct.
I'll have to say I'm completely unaware of situations like that. If that has happened, Mila, please get in touch with me. Please tell me what that's about, and I will see what I can do to rectify that. But I'm not aware of any time where I have certainly not done anything like that. And I want to make sure that no one else has done it. I want to be able to understand your situation you're asking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to speak, Mila. Next is Mr. Mitchell with the Equity Initiative report.
Good evening, everyone. I don't want to reread what I submitted. So if there are any additional, comments or questions, I have kind of kept the same format as last year, using the priorities that were established, and we kind of shifted some of our goals. Did provide in the
Oops, I think Mr. Mitchell.
point in time.
Sorry, guys, I can't tell if it's my internet. Or
No, it's Mr. Mitchell. He froze and now he's muted. Mr. Mitchell, you are muted. Looks like he's gonna re-enter. There you go.
Let's see if it lets you. Can you hear me now? Okay. So what I was saying was just that my report is similarly developed from last year. I was beginning to address a question that was raised as relates to priority 1 and our interactions with Davis Consulting. It was asked during the August meeting and then rephrased in an email as it relates to kind of what kind of tangible things have been determined, or what have we gotten, out of our money spent with Davis Consulting. And so I just wanted to quickly address that by saying, and I kind of said this in the August meeting, is that the first 6 sessions, and it was kind of set up this way. Was really built to build a sense of community with the staff, share a common language, and just kind of understand when we talk about white supremacy culture and anti-racist training and thinking, what do we mean by all of that? And then this year has been some of the actionable things. So maybe at the October meeting or the November meeting, I can say, we use this strategy or we learned this specific strategy, and here's how teachers are going to implement that. I know that's what you were looking for. And so we are just now getting to that point. I think that if you were to ask some of the staff, some of the feedback from the last session was kind of that, feeling of, okay, this is some actionable things. Because one of the first questions that was asked was about what the session referred to as choice points, and asking teachers to kind of reflect on, where they were and where they wanted to be as related to certain things. So we're definitely heading in that direction. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there to you all. As it relates to the second priority, which is centered around kind of the culturally responsive teaching. I'm really looking at the support we're going to get from EOS to better address that. And in my report, I mentioned we hadn't had a meeting with EOS yet, but I just got an email this evening kind of giving me some dates on when and how we'll be able to move forward. So at our next meeting, I'll be anxious to be able to share out what I've learned from equal opportunity schools and just kind of how they're going to better support us. Just to kind of give you some context, what has happened is we started with our partnership with Equal Opportunity last year. We started, we did a survey and collected some data, and we started building our equity team. And then we were supposed to move forward with the equity team kind of driving, what we're going to do with our school. And I was informed in August that the district has expanded their programming with EOS by almost 60 schools. And so they're kind of scaling back and getting everybody on the same page to then move us all forward together. So we're kind of in that transition right now. And like I said, I'll hopefully be able to give you more insight on how they're going to better support our work as it relates to improving our instruction and looking at it through a lens of equity, particularly as it relates to our AP coursework. And the last thing I think I want to mention, the third priority, Mr. Minjvar, you did bring this up and I appreciate that. The incident form should be up and running by Monday. I will send out correspondence to students via the student weekly update for the first kind of go round. It hopefully will be posted on our website in terms of accessibility, when and how, and all those other things. And there will be a link to the OSP form if students do not want to fill out the school-related form. Mr. Minjvar, to everyone, we are going to use the district incident form. That was the pause in the spring, was looking at the similarities between the district already approved form versus the form that the Student Voice Committee created. And so rather than continually to wait to have the law department vet our incident report, we're just going to use the district one. So I just need to, kind of make it reflect Jones a little bit, and then we'll get it up and running. So I wanted to add that to our report. And that was the updates that I wanted to make as it relates. Everything else is, oh, I'm sorry, one more piece. Youth alternatives. That is also couched in priority number 3. We are continuing our work with the peer conferencing program. However, I just met with them like Friday, and we also have a shift with how it's going to operate this year. When I last spoke to the LSC, I said that we would be full implementing elements of the peer conferencing program, and that is now not 100% accurate. So when I last spoke to you all, I said we would be implementing peer conferencing and then kind of building another group kind of simultaneously. And I was kind of informed by alternatives this year that we're going to repeat the foundations program. So we're going to start a new cohort, and then the two cohorts combined will then begin the implementation process starting in January. So that is what they are suggesting. But I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Feely and Ms. Lalagan, and we're going to look at how we can better integrate what the students have already learned as far as community building, and see how we can integrate that during this first semester. So that is our plan, but I wanted to, full transparency about that work with alternatives. And I guess that would conclude my report.
Thanks, Mr. Mitchell. There's a question in the chat, and then I'll move to you, Daniel. The question in the chat is there an equity action plan for this school year? That's from Elaine.
So I put this in the email when I submitted my report. Equity is the lens through which we learn, how we're operating and how we're choosing to do various things. But I feel like our approach as far as an action plan is really action centered around our culture and climate plan. So I don't want to keep intertwining those two concepts. So I hear your question, and that is my response. So no, there's not an actual equity action plan. But as far as actions that we're taking to improve our culture and climate, each and every one of those is done through the lens of equity. And if you look back at the plan, there is the connection to the equity framework. So I want to add that level of clarity.
Do you have a follow-up to that, Elaine?
I do. Mr. Mitchell, first of all, I want to thank you for your work on this effort. I asked the question because I know you mentioned about strategies and things of that nature, and I believe it was a question that I posed in our summer meeting. Here's a concern. If you don't have a plan, if there's no action plan, what are the actions that are to be taken? What are the expectations for teachers? What are your outcomes? How do you measure impact? So that's a concern that I have, that if you don't have a plan, we will continue to be right where we started, and that's disheartening. For me, it just hurts because I'm not saying this is intentional, but it really comes off, even if you couch it in the climate and culture, it is a separate concern and issue specific to the Jones community. And so from day one in July, when I first joined the meetings and stuff, I've been asking for an action plan, because if you set out an action plan, you can work on those things quarterly, by semester, and annually, identify specific goals, line it to your professional development, everything that you're doing, so that you're able to implement, survey, and monitor your progress along the way. And that's how you get traction. But if you don't have a plan, and you said, that's when the strategies will come in. What strategies if there's no plan, or the specific ways to implement what you are learning or what you hope to accomplish? I don't know that we will have the change. So I'll leave it there, and I'll just say, ouch.
Thank you, Elaine. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
I receive your ouch, Ms. Buggs, and I truly am listening to what you're saying, and I feel like the plan is in that our culture and climate plan. There are goals that are there, and here's how we're going to achieve those goals. That has been in there. Now, if that's not acceptable and you're looking for more, then I can receive that as well. But maybe it's the language that I'm using, but when I hear what you're asking for, I feel like that has been presented in different ways over the course of the last year. And so maybe that's the problem, is that it needs to be in one document where, those things are said to you, or are laid out, a little more clearer. Because, I even look at the plan from last year, and there are points where I can say there was progress made, or this is where we stopped, but in regards to this particular priority. But I feel like, we did have some actionable things and documented it, or at least we attempted to.
Thank you for that. And I just want to say that ouch is not directly directed specifically towards you. I know that you're the person that is the spokesperson. So I want to say that you are the person that's working on it, doing all of that. So I don't want you to think that this is going towards you. You are trying. I would just frankly say, Dr. Powers, as a, you know, my background is in administration and education. I was a principal. Sir, people follow the lead of the leader. And so as long as it's something that is, it comes off like Mr. Mitchell, when the leader takes a stand and say, this is what we're doing, this is our priority, you know what happens? It becomes a priority for everyone because the speed of the leader determines the speed of the pack or the team. And so it would be, I think for me, appreciated if you took more of a front seat with the initiative. And I know if it's not something that is important to you, that's fine, but it would just be helpful if you were taking the lead on this, and that also it was all hands on deck, forward facing to staff and community members, that it's not just Mr. Mitchell, the one that's always talking about it, but it's Dr. Powers is speaking to it. And in addition to Dr. Powers, it's all three administrators with a united front saying this is important. This is a priority, not because I put the word priority on the paper, but we can see it through demonstrated actions that this is what we care about it, and we're going to do something about it. So I know this is your school. I'm not a leader at your school, but I would say that again, it is very painful, disheartening, and disappointing. And it would be helpful if everyone was speaking, and not just Mr. Mitchell. I mentioned to you all last year in July about the book White Fragility, and you'll see Rob D'Angelo speaks to in other readings that I've read about the approach where you give it to the Black person. And I don't know that if you understand the impact that that has. It may not be your intent, but that's what it looks like. And so it needs to be all hands on deck. Again, of course, you're going to continue to do your thing, but I think that that will set the tone for everyone else that Dr. Powers sees this as a priority. We have an action plan, and we're working towards it. He's leading the way, but all four of them, they're working towards it, and he's not the spokesperson. It's not just Mr. Mitchell. Again, I'll stop there, but it's on my heart, and it's kind of painful. So I just wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Elaine. Daniel, do you want to go?
I don't know if Dr. Powers has a response to that, so I don't know if he should go first. Mine is like a completely different thing correlating to what Mr. Mitchell said. So what's the order that?
Dr. Powers? Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I lost my connection there for briefly. Elaine, thank you very much for your comments. I really do appreciate it. As an administrative team, as a leadership team, we share responsibilities for everything that we are doing, but then each of us takes on specialized areas where we're the point person, we're the people who are more directly engaged in it on a day-to-day basis, but all of us are part of these initiatives. So with Mr. Mitchell or whoever might be speaking on a particular topic, or again, taking the point on a certain topic, does not imply that the rest of the administrative team is not fully behind that. And that includes myself. Again, we all have many things that we're doing, and that's one reason why we try to share responsibilities and allow people to get not only the responsibilities that go with it, but some of the experience that goes with leading some of these various initiatives. But we're all part of a single team, and please be assured of that.
Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
Okay. So, Mr. Mitchell, this was more about the peer conferencing part of your report. So, I remember you said that the first cohort will not be implementing peer conferencing as of now, which is different from what we were told first, which I know is out of your control, which I completely understand. 2 questions. Will the first cohort have to go through the? No. Okay. So my question was, will they have to go through the foundational training again? And so that's a no. And the second one is, if the peer conferencing is set to start in January-ish, does that give the second cohort enough time to properly learn all the foundational aspects? Because I remember I was part of that and we didn't do it in around 3-ish, 4 months-ish. It was like through the course of the year. So like, does that give them proper time? Are they going to be able to for the peer conferencing? Because I think peer conferencing, especially in the climate right now with the dress code and other things, I think that will be very useful. So those are my questions.
So Dan, you see me nodding my head incessantly because I agree with you 100%. To say I was disappointed when I had that conversation with the alternatives person is slight understatement. But immediately as she shared that with me, I'm brainstorming, and I don't want to put out too much because I need to finish, having a conversation with Mr. Feely and Ms. Lalagan. But we know how much work you all put in terms of that first cohort, and we really want to utilize your expertise in some way, shape, or form before January. So we are kind of trying to figure out how we can refresh you guys a little bit and get into some opportunities of doing some community building while we have this newer cohort kind of getting caught up to speed. And then so by January, you guys should have similar knowledge base, and then we can learn from alternatives the best way for implementing specifically the peer conferencing program. So the kind of the logistical elements of it. So we'll it's going to be kind of a building the plane and flying it a little bit. And we will get out information to you all as soon as we can. Literally, I met with the young lady Thursday or Friday of last week, and it's Tuesday. So like haven't had time to kind of pull that together. And I have not met with Ms. Lalagan or Mr. Feely yet. So we have to figure it out. And we wanted to be able to break it to everybody. Like, here's what they said, and here's what we're going to do. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Mitchell. If there's materials from alternatives, I think that'd be great if you could circulate those to the LSC. I think I've gotten some stuff from them before about things. So if they've got a description of what an implemented peer conferencing plan looks like, I think that would be very useful for us.
So they don't typically give an example. What they'll do is like connect you to a school that has implemented, so you can have that conversation with them. I will give you whatever documentation that they have provided me. I'm expecting an email with kind of the updated programming, because they did something like they converted their programming to meet virtual needs, but now they're going back in person and being in the schools. So they've shifted their program a little bit, and so that's what we're experiencing right now, is that kind of that shift back.
Thanks. I also would like to take a second to second what Elaine said. If it makes more sense for you to have a report each month on culture and climate, that's fine. I think we need a report from the administration on equity, on those 4 initiatives that are the highest priority of the school. And I think in general, it would be better to have these equity initiatives and things like the SEL plan integrated into the continuous improvement work plan, because that is a specific plan that's, that is your school priorities. And so that, I think, would do a lot to go towards what Elaine has been talking about. The school improvement plan is supposed to be your highest priorities, and it's supposed to specify how to tackle them. And the LSC then can refer to that when they're exercising oversight. And that's how things like the budget should be shaped as well. Go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
You're on mute, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind you all that the previous equity plan and this current one, one of the things that we did do was show the connection of the priority to the CWIP. So to your point, now, if it needs to be a little more explicit or clearly, delineated, I can do a better job of that, or we can do a better job of that. But like, again, understanding the need to connect that, because everything that you just said is 100% correct. That is the driving force. And so that is where what we're doing and how it's done, the quantifiable pieces of it can be identified, or I guess evaluated as it relates to the CIWP. So again, if you reference, like I said, the original culture and climate plan, it mentioned the goal for the year. It mentioned kind of how we were going to try to achieve that goal. It gave a time frame. It did talk about if there was an opportunity for check-ins or some level of accountability. And then there was 2 sections, one for the connection to the equity framework, and then a connection to the CIWP. So like this priority addresses, this particular element of the CIWP. So I just want to make note and remind people that there is that connection.
Thanks. Okay, thanks for that. And the next item is 5C. It's the student report. Daniel, take it away.
Okay, thank you. So you have the student report linked in the agenda. So I won't repeat too much that was said. I put the dress code in there from Jones, which is really short and broad, as Dr. Powers was saying, which I appreciate, except when Dr. Powers went on the PA system, the message that was received by students was one of hurt, which I think has been expressed at this meeting today. And I know Dr. Powers' intention was not one of hurt. It was one of pure neutral intent of an appeal to remind the students. However, every day we're always told in school that there's a difference between intent and impact, right? So I just wanted to echo that throughout my student report. But one of the biggest things that I've seen students take issue with is the end, which was brought up by Ms. Land earlier and Isabel, is the ambiguity of the ending section, right? More specifically, it is a final authority of the administration, right? This portion of the dress code is so ambiguous, and it's left to a small group of individuals, the administration, which is 4 people, and before it used to be 3 males and 1 female. Now it's half and half. Additionally, having this process be left to pure subjective opinions leaves the door for potential abuse and discrimination. I don't want to say that's going on right now because I don't believe it is, but there is that possibility. And I just wanted to offer a quick suggestion on what could happen. I know this on the table for later on as well, but to have a codified and objective procedure to determine if a student's attire is inappropriate, that can be applied in any situation, right? So we'll get onto this later on as well. But yeah, that was it for the dress code. And I think most of it was covered as well throughout the meeting. And then I just want to talk quickly about Chromebooks, which Dr. Powers also mentioned earlier when he said there was only like fewer than 100 students who didn't get their Chromebooks. But on the PA system, there was an announcement that every student can now go get their Chromebooks. So every student does have the ability to engage in their classroom activities in an efficient manner. So I was just really happy about that. I saw the freshmen going to get their Chromebooks and students getting their Chromebooks. There was a small mishap with the forms during Quick Start registration that they weren't processed correctly, I think. But eventually they just stopped giving those forms. I think it was part of the Quick Start. It was necessary for the Quick Start. So yeah.
Thanks, Daniel. Do we have comments for Daniel? It looks like not. Okay. In that case, Ms. Torres, if you're there, the next item is the SEL plan. And Sarah can bring up the slides.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually mobile right now and obviously having this conversation. Driving and meeting is difficult, but yes, thank you for putting up the slides and I appreciate it. Hopefully you can hear me all, but as you can see, I don't know, I don't see the slides up yet, but, and I'm trying to keep the roads up, my eyes on the road. You will see that we have taken partnership with Umoja, which is an organization that has been around for some years, some over 20 years, that I personally also worked with in my previous school. And they came in and did a PD both last week, Wednesday, and then today. And the teachers received some support regarding SEL on that aspect and the lessons that were modified by myself. Each lesson was specifically and intentionally picked out for each grade level for all the teachers to view. The first 2 lessons for the month of September are listed on the first slide. You will see 9th graders will talk about who they are. 10th graders are going to talk about what they did last summer. And 11th graders, I believe, are talking about like back to school. And seniors will be creating some type of community. On the second slide, you'll see that we specifically, the teacher specifically asked for us to take intentionality, and we have done so, and also with Fidelity and looking into these lesson plans and working with Umoja. These will be implemented during Eagle Lab and academic lab as well. So there'll be some 30-minute lessons and there'll be some that will be 45 minutes. We are specifically targeting the Illinois state standards regarding SEL. So I believe on the second slide, you would be able to see those 3 standards that are specific to Illinois and what they're expecting us to do. And the last slide just covers basically the funds for these SEL groups outside of school will be provided. So there is obviously funds that have been specifically put aside for that. And all of the lessons have, and the functions will be tied to the behavioral health team, which also includes our MTSS.
Thanks, Ms. Torres. Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
Sorry, I think Mr. Mitchell was ahead of me.
I put my hand down. I'll let you speak first, Joe. I just want to add a little bit more. You go first.
Going back to our discussion with our questions that came earlier with regard to budget, you'll see on that 3rd slide again that what we're doing in terms of, again, this is all within a comprehensive plan, is to provide funding for outside of school activities and groups and organizations that teachers, for example, who have an interest in utilizing funds to support different activities. We've provided this information to our faculty and staff to get their input. And also we will be drawing upon some of these funds for other things as well. So this is why we don't have a completely comprehensive budget. We know how much money we have to work with, but it'll be a question of how much things are going to cost us, what kind of programming we're going to be providing our students. So this is again an ongoing and a work in progress for all of us. But again, it is a plan and it has our targeted goals, and we're moving forward with it pretty speedily here to start the school year.
So I was just wondering, is there a written plan to go with these slides? I think the description that we had in the whole school safety plan was actually, it was our priority 3. It said commitment by school leadership to present a comprehensive SEL plan ready to implement by August 16th. And the SEL supports that were listed were, that was like a variety of things in like the existing strategies. And I think the idea was that a comprehensive plan would explain how all of those existing strategies are integrated, and then how things like, say, this new training from Umoja would be related to that. And so I think that's what we are looking for that. And that's certainly what I think the council has been asking for since January. So if there's some more material than that on this, I think that would be helpful for us to understand what the overall plan is beyond these lessons. Mr. Mitchell, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. I just wanted to kind of tie up some of the loose ends. I appreciate your comments and your reference back to the whole school safety plan, because I was going to mention that as well. Because you're right, in that third priority, we talked about the SEL supports, and so one of them was the partnership with Emoja, and so this is that intentional curriculum that we're trying to implement so that we all have more working knowledge around SEL and some actionable things, and we created the spaces for that to be done. So she mentioned that these will be done during Eagle Lab and occasional ACT Labs. They mentioned the behavioral health team. We have established that team. We had our first meeting a week or so ago, and so we're building what that's going to look like and how we're going to be able to support. So we're looking at how to best operationalize our behavioral health team. There are some of these elements that we're going to be getting some district level support, and that hasn't been made very clear. So to your point in terms of being able to connect all the dots, we're still in progress with doing that. So the most comprehensive plan, I guess, has not been presented. I think what we have presented are some of the actionable things that are being done under the auspice of social emotional learning. And at the start of this year, what we presented to the staff are kind of these structures. Here's what we're doing. Here's the space for these things to be happening, even if we don't know. Like, for example, with the behavioral health team support, we're supposed to have a partnership with a to be named CPS, given or like CPS is partnering us with a group for some emotional mental health supports. We don't know who that is, so we can't speak to what that's going to exactly look like. So there's still some question marks, but we have at this point in time the structures in place as it relates to our plan.
Thanks, and we've had a bunch of comments in the chat. Let me just read them. I don't know how much is ending up, especially on the stream. Elaine's question was, is this the comprehensive SEL plan? And I said, yes, that's my question, Elaine. Sarah said, great, let's put all this in a diagram. You must have some idea of how things will tie together. Deborah Land said, this is rather disjointed to see only actions without the framework of how they fit together. And Dr. Powers says they have a diagram and will share it prior to the next LSC meeting. It was shared with the faculty and staff during our August 23rd preschool meetings. And an additional question is, who is involved in the SEL and behavioral health team?
If I can respond to that question, the behavioral health team is made up of counselors, the case managers, the social worker, and currently a couple of members of administration. So that's who's making up that team. And to just like a quick response to Ms. Land's point about what we presented to you all, we kind of presented the reverse to the staff, and we showed the diagram, and it when you see the other side of it, it's a little overwhelming. So I guess we'll have to figure out a way of showing both elements to make sure everyone has a clearer picture of what's going on. So I wanted to put that out there as well.
Okay, Rachel, do you want to go ahead? Sorry, I kind of skipped you to read the chat there.
No worries. Thank you for sharing, Ms. Torres. And I just, I'm just looking at slide 2, and I guess, so this is good to know from the perspective of, this is what we showed to faculty, and this was kind of the response we got, so we're kind of reversing that. And something that I was just trying to do as I was looking over this slide is just be able to say, like, okay, let me read this, and then turn to someone and kind of explain what it would look like in the school. and especially the SEL standards for Illinois. That's fantastic that they're there, but I just don't know if I would be able to explain, you know, how those are being implemented. And so that seems to be, especially as someone who's on the whole school safety committee with you, Mr. Mitchell, that seems like a maybe something that could be. Is there an in between, you know, between this? I understand completely from like an administrative perspective. It's like you don't want to bog down this plan for this council, but on the other side of it, it's hard to take this information somewhere. So I just wanted to ask, like, is there some sort of like concrete example of implementing, for example, the Illinois SEL standards that are listed on that second slide?
I guess I could speak to that really quickly, but those SEL standards are set up that the lessons that were picked are intentionally going to reach those standards that the kids would be able to do those things. And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head because I can't see it right now, but those are the standards that states expect us to reach, and the lessons that we're using through Emoja are hopefully, with the teacher's fidelity and implementation, would get the students there.
Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
Yes, and if I could add a little bit to that. Again, these are starting points. The professional development for our teachers and the lessons that they will be teaching during our ACT Lab and Eagle Lab time periods will then we'll have common language and common basis of discussion within classrooms, because it's at the classroom level where this is the most important thing that we can do, or the most important level at which we can do this between teacher and students in the classroom, especially in terms of building community. So once teachers are familiar with the various goals and aspirations here, and what the students are familiar with, then there'll be a basis for conversation in the classrooms as each classroom develops its own sense of community. So this is all just kind of the starting point for that.
Ellen?
Thanks. I had a question. It's very specifically about Emoja. We had our second training session today. So just to loop in, I think the date is on the first slide. And I got to speak with one of the facilitators after the session. And she referenced coaching sessions that Emoja will conduct in some fashion as the school year progresses, because I know this was our last kind of like training as opposed to coaching. I was just wondering if at this time we kind of have a sense of what that will look like.
I'm sorry, Ellen, were you saying the coaching sessions?
Yes, the coaching sessions.
The coaching sessions would be very similar to what happened today in our PD, that they would actually go over the lesson plan and ask and walk you through how and other ways to modify those lessons that would fit into, you know, for your particular ACT Lab. That's how those coaching lessons would look like.
Roberto?
Hi. So, Senora Gonzalez Torres, welcome. I don't think we've formally been introduced, and I think the LSC also missed an opportunity to invite you last year when you joined the Jones School community. So I want to take this opportunity to say hello and welcome. And hopefully I look forward to meeting you in person and working with you as part of the Jones School community. My question, you mentioned that you've worked with Emoja before at your previous school. Can you give us some insight of like what were some takeaways, and what are some things that you're looking forward in implementing some of that in our school? What are some things that you found that were incredibly helpful in guiding the school forward?
Well, definitely the one thing that I think is really important is the teacher buy-in. Unfortunately, I think that that is the number one thing that has to happen, that the teachers have to buy in and be willing to take this work on with fidelity and actually take the efforts. Since we have taken and given them the space and time to be able to give them the supports that they need. I worked with Umoja when I was at Sullivan for over 6 years, and I also feel that even though I was at Sullivan for 19 years, but for the length that we used it, we were given more of a freedom to be able to choose those lessons and be able to do whatever worked best for us in our advisory or division, as we called it, at the school I was at. And the thing that I felt that worked the most and how successful I've been able to have student relations even there after they've graduated was having the fidelity and the work and trust that the process is going to work and making sure I make those connections with students. So the way that this would work and the way that this would be successful in our communities, that our teachers are actually taking the initiative and the time to actually get to know the students.
Thank you. And then I presume that the administrators will be involved in this, in the professional development and the training sessions as well, I think.
The administrators have been
Councilmember-
involved. Yeah, we're all involved. We've all sat and gone through the lessons. We've been able to, make the adjustments because the teachers themselves asked us to give them the lessons because that's what they asked of us. So we've sat and looked at the lessons and gone through it. I'm actually going to meet with the counseling department on Friday to make sure that none of it is overlapping anything that they do during their counseling sessions with each grade group. So we are all in this together, and we all are given our 100% behind it. And now we're just hoping that we get the same from the staff.
Go ahead, Roberto.
So my last comment here is, and Councilmember Elaine Buggs mentioned this earlier, right? It's about the leadership taking the lead here and not putting the onus on the staff. So it's a partnership. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
And I would like to say that it's absolutely a partnership, but it's the teachers who are actually doing the work in the classrooms. This is how the Umoja's, the Umoja way of the organization is the teachers doing the lessons and the work. We are the ones putting it out there and working with the teachers, making sure that they can do those lessons and be able to implement the things that they need to do within the program. So it's a complete partnership, but it's definitely the teachers because they're the ones that are dealing and working directly with their ACLAP students.
So let me just read from the chat. A request for the SEL diagram, and Dr. Powers says that he does not have access to the framework diagram at this time, but will share it at the earliest possible time. So I just want to bring up something in terms of, I think this Umoja partnership is something that teachers have asked for a long time, actually. And so I'm glad that's happening. From an LSC perspective, the information that we were hoping to receive here, I think here is what we had said actually in the February meeting. Dr. Powers said he was working on a comprehensive plan that will bring together all of the supports, in parentheses, MTSS programming, counseling services, mentoring programs, Eagle Day lab opportunities that already exist and that are continually being developed. And so that is really what we'd like to see. This has come up at the January LSC meeting, at the February and March LSC meetings, and then again in June at both the meetings in July. So we're really looking for an overall plan. Once again, this is something that should be actually rooted in the CIWP. MTSS is actually one of the priorities in the CIWP, and so it would make sense if all of this was tied together, and to see how that MTSS referral system is working and how does it tie into this stuff. And I definitely don't feel like I have answers to those questions. And given how much time has been spent discussing this at previous meetings and asking for it, I think we really need a lot more detail. Go ahead, Dr. Powers.
I'm just going to say that we are going to be providing you with more information about the other components of this at the next LSC meeting in October. And at that time, and actually prior to that, I'll provide the overall framework so you can see the connectivity between the various programs that we are engaged in here. And again, reminder that this is a work in progress. It is something that is being developed and implemented in real time, so to speak. And as a result, we've got a good overall plan. We have many of the components that we need. In fact, we have all the major components that we need, and we'll present more about those at future meetings. And I will be sending out the framework diagram to all of you, hopefully by tomorrow.
Thanks. I think we've had a lot of promises about future meetings on this topic, and so we really need to have a meeting where we are presented with it all. I think that's what is pretty crucial at this point. Okay, the next report is PPLC. Kim and Ellen.
Good evening, everybody. I'm apologizing for the amount of words in our report this week. We just had a lot of meetings between August 10th and tonight, so we have a lot to report out on. I'm going to read the statement and then we'll open it up for questions. The PPLC met with the administration team on August 12th and August 16th to discuss the administration team's initiatives and plans for the 2021-2022 school year and to bring questions and concerns that the teaching staff had regarding to the start of the school year. We then met with the teaching staff on September 1st and had an additional meeting with the administrative team on September 8th to discuss new or ongoing concerns as we start the school year. The initiatives and plans presented by the administrative team to the PPLC were also presented to the whole staff during the week of August 23rd and included updates on the CWIP, the Moving Forward Together plan, Jones SEL plan, and our continued work with David Square Consulting, the whole school safety plan, the overall professional development schedule for teachers, and the school mission and vision. It was a lot of meetings. Which it always is. Some staff members expressed concerns regarding the ongoing professional development schedule for Jones, which is taking some teacher prep time, approximately 45 to 60 minutes per week for principal-directed professional development. This is in addition to the time taken for our approximately monthly sessions with David Squared to continue through January 2022 and dedicated time during ACLAB for delivery of Emoji SEL lessons. The administrative team has since then assured the staff that these principal-directed periods would only be used when necessary. Agendas would be provided in advance, and staff will be given plenty of advance notice if a weekly session is not needed. To address other concerns regarding, sorry, I'm speaking really fast. It's been a really long day. To address other concerns regarding professional development for the year, the administrative team agreed to pull together a list of empty classrooms and spaces where staff could go log on to virtual professional development meetings during prep time, clarify in the shared PD Google Docs schedule when professional development will be asynchronous, in-person, or virtual with appropriate links, and include links and dates in the weekly Eagle flights to staff. An update, we have been getting those from administration, so thank you. Department chairs requested advance notice when Friday PD times will be used for data analysis or other administrative directed tasks to be able to plan their own department meeting schedule, and the administrative team is working on fully mapping out the calendar for the year. We also discussed the format of the quarterly school improvement days, which are those end of quarter, last day of the quarters, which are pending in format based on the needs at this time. We look forward to this ongoing communication from the administrative team and to the whole staff regarding professional development throughout the school. Our staff also brought up additional communication needs regarding an updated all staff email list and updated roles and responsibilities of the administrative team and updates on COVID testing procedures for staff and students who have opted in. The administrative team is working on pulling these resources together and communicating them to staff. The PPLC has sent out a survey to the staff to gain feedback around when staff can meet with Friends of Jones to create a more explicit partnership, how staff are perceiving and implementing learning from the Davis Squared anti-racism training, which I think was an ask of LSC at the August meeting, and general feedback on the week 0 teacher prep time and the school plan this year. This survey was actually developed in partnership with the administrative team, and we provided a summary of the responses to the LSC with this statement. At the staff meeting on the 23rd, Dr. Powers also offered his reflections after listening to the recording of the staff listening session that the PPLC facilitated in June 2021. At that time, some staff members expressed their feelings and frustrations with this response from Dr. Powers. Since that meeting, some staff members expressed concerns that there was not a follow-up from what was shared at that meeting. At the September 8th meeting with PPLC meeting with admin, Dr. Power said at this point, we are moving on from that event, and he has reached out to individuals involved and has encouraged staff members to speak with him privately with concerns. As the PPLC, just so everybody knows, with the new school year, and just reiterating, our goal is to work with the administrative team to bring staff together and bring all voices of the teaching staff to the table, the good, the bad, and ugly. We are currently working on making this a genuine partnership between the two groups, starting with collaborating on staff survey questions together, and we'll be creating meeting norms and agreements, as well as shared goals for our continued work together. Thank you. That was a lot of words.
Thanks, Kim. And linked from the agenda is also the results from the most recent staff survey that Kim mentioned. Do we have comments and questions for PPLC?
I can go through this quickly if you want me to. It's not that many slides. If that would be beneficial for LSC to hear the survey results. I know it was sent ahead of time, but if it's helpful for me to go through and highlight a few things, I can do that as well.
Yeah, if you've got some things that you want to particularly point out, that would be fine.
So I just want to point out, we did send it the first week of school. So I want everybody to know that we only got 32 responses, which may not be it's only a third of our teaching staff, counselors and librarian. And I think that's due to me, one, not reminding because my head wasn't in the game then, but also it being the very first week of school and no one's head is in the game. Well, because we're just trying to survive it. Overall, the results for Davis Squared have been fairly positive and getting satisfaction from the teaching staff, how they're supporting your growth as a professional, and how we see the Davis Squared training supporting the vision and mission of Jones College Prep, which was shared with staff during opening week. Some of the comments about things that they found impactful were the following. So you can kind of see breakdown. We tried to Ellen did a great job. I'm not taking any credit for this. She generalized all the comments that we read and try to group them so that it would be a more effective way to display the data. Those were just some of the concerns. I'm not going to read through them. That's not a good use of time. How could we be improved? What staff really wants are more tangible action steps for the classroom, which is what we're getting into now. So that's where our training is naturally developing, which Mr. Mitchell alluded to with some of the choice plans and stuff we've met in breakout groups. And now we have like people holding us accountable for decisions that we're trying to make in our own personal classrooms. And then those are just kind of the topics of how the responses were categorized in like how they feel like it's there. So that's kind of the gist of the Davis Squared feedback that we've gotten from teachers. The other things was just about PD week, whether or not we did some meetings in person as a whole staff and we did some meetings virtually. So we wanted to get feedback to feel going forward what would be best. We asked about equity of voice, since that's always important to look at, is how did we feel equity of voice was shared in person versus virtual? And there was a slight in-person vote. But again, I'm going to quantify this with 32 responses and just say that as well. You can keep going. Troy, you're doing great, man. That's awesome. So going forward, we were just looking at what should we do? And people, I guess, are really happy with alternating between one in person, one virtual. I think it gives a good balance of people being able to see each other, which is really important that we know, and that kind of thing. And then just the clarity, how teachers feel like they're clear on the Jones vision and mission. This is that we've been asking for a vision and mission statement from Jones, and we got one this year. So delving into that has been really exciting for us. But it looks like we're a little neutral on just how we understand it. And I think that's basically it. The rest of it was just kind of, I don't think really is important to the LSC. It was just like, what was the best meeting and what was the worst meeting and things like that. Okay.
Thank you so much, Kim. Let me just cover the stuff that was in the chat. An update on the equity audit for everyone's information, the Davis Squared contract was covering these professional development sessions and also an equity audit of the school. Mr. Mitchell says that should be starting in October. And Dr. Powers, go. Let's do, oh, go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
Sorry, just wanted to add to that. The equity audit should start in October. We won't have the results or what will be actionable until January, because we have to get the results of everything, and then they'll, present it to us, and then we'll talk about now what and like next steps. So that will happen sometime in January. So just giving you a timeline of, events. They will review documentation. Well, you've seen the document, so you know the steps in the process, but I just wanted to say it should start around October, and we should conclude it all by January.
Thanks, Mr. Mitchell. Dr. Powers has to leave at 8. Just checking, is this second Tuesday not going to be a good time going forward, or is it just a one-off?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, just this evening.
Okay. We can adjourn and restart tomorrow and do 6 p.m. tomorrow. Well, just to make clear to everyone, I think we will continue to have 3 to 4 hours worth of material a month, because that's what we need to cover things. If people prefer 2 meetings a month to make them shorter, that can work. But certainly,
if they are truly able to be shorter, meaning 2 hours, then I would not be opposed to meeting twice a month.
So you could do 4 hours a month, but if we split it up, you would like that?
I wouldn't like it one way or the other. I'm just saying, I think it would be, from my perspective, it would be preferable than trying to do it the way we are doing it.
Okay, well, we will discuss this along with the in-person and virtual issue at the end of the meeting, and let you know what works for the full council.
Thank you very much. And I would prefer not 2 consecutive nights, if at all possible, especially now that we have committee meetings as well. So thank you. I need to go now. Thank you very much.
Good night. So let's do Raquel's Friends of Jones report. Did Raquel just disappear?
Hi.
Okay.
Oh, just go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead, and then we can take a break after that.
Okay. So I'm Raquel from Friends of Jones. I'm the vice chairperson this year. Second time back at Jones and second time back with Friends of Jones. So I'm very excited to be out of remote learning and back at Jones in the community. So Friends of Jones last month had Tea with Taurus. It was geared towards our Spanish speaking families. And I feel like it was a successful event because they got to ask pertinent questions, prior to the start of school. And everything was translated, of course, from our assistant principal, Taurus. And then we had a social mocha, which was hosted by our Black Affinity group. And that was a great event as well. It was nice to see staff, parents and guardians and students all together in celebration of how they identify Black and their culture. We had some fun icebreaker events hosted by one of our students. I forgot his name, but he was really fun, and he just really lightened up the whole event. It was a lot of fun. And then because of feedback we got from the PPL, as far as what are Friends of Jones missions, we had a presentation that was given to the entire faculty about our 3 missions, which one is building community. The second one is gathering volunteers for school. And the third is to collectively donate via the grant process to maintain our school's reputation or to enhance it, however we could. And then another thing I would like people to know is that we are still recruiting maybe one more board member or assistant chairperson. So if you would like to know more about that, please reach out to me. My email is at the bottom, raqueldodd@friendsofjones.org. Our volunteer chair people are still recruiting volunteers, especially now since we are trying to prepare for the big open house event when we need many, many volunteers. Yes, and I am recruiting people for my multilingual communications committee. And what that is I'm asking, parents and guardians or, whoever has the time, if you're bilingual, reach out to me and I can put you on the committee to help translate, some of our documents from Friends of Jones, or if we host another event, maybe you could translate verbally what we would like to convey to everybody. So I have a little group right now, 3 different languages, but I'm trying to build on that. I would like it much, much larger so that we could communicate with all parents and guardians at Jones. Yes. Oh, and then I will be assisting the hospitality and volunteer coordinators with open house. We would like to work together with the staff at Jones so we can collaborate and make the event a success. Not everybody has worked a open house, so to speak, but I did 3 of them in my previous years as a parent. And of course, the staff knows what they're doing. They've been the same staff since before my kid was there. So our next board meeting, we already had ours last week. So the next one is in October on the 14th. Reminder that open house is Saturday, October 16th. I think it's like 10 to 3. So if you're interested in volunteering, please reach out to me or the volunteer coordinators from Friends of Jones. I have all the emails listed. Hospitality as well too, sorry. And then as a reminder, our all school event, family event, I like to call it, is our 5K Eagle Run, which will be on Sunday, October 24th. So students are still able, everyone I believe is still able to sign up for that. And if you do it by October 1st, you can get a t-shirt. So let's work on people registering and getting t-shirts to show, who you're representing for your donations, your club and this and that, whatever. So that's all I have for now. And does anyone have any questions? Oh, Rachel.
Hi, Raquel.
Hi.
Thanks so much for this report. And I'm gonna lower my hand. Thank you, Google. I just wanted to ask about the multilingual
Communications committee.
communications.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I was wondering if I know, for example, the LSC voted on a translation budget of $25,000, and I was wondering if FOJ has something similar because as someone who does translation work, it's asking volunteers if they're willing to do it is one thing, but I think I would just wonder if there's a budget in place maybe for translation, because it can be, especially with money related documents, it can often be quite
Costly.
cumbersome. Well, no, cumbersome from a volunteer perspective.
Oh, yes,
So,
yes.
actually paying translators for that might make people happy in the long run. But yeah, thank you again for the report.
You're welcome. Wait, was there a question in there?
It was mostly just a
Oh, you asked about the
paying
so
translators, maybe.
So the people that I'm recruiting for this committee are parents and guardians. I'm trying to, get them involved and use the skills that they have, because that is the skill, to be bilingual, trilingual, so on. But Friends of Jones does have a couple of translators that we use for our larger documents that do get paid.
Great to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sarah?
Yeah, my question was, at the last meeting, if you could just go back to your next Friends of Jones meeting and follow up on the idea of sharing the grants with us and what that would look like as a monthly report. We were talking about, what was granted, maybe amount per student, a guess, an estimate, and just Michelle was talking about maybe doing a spreadsheet. So if you could just follow up on that, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Anybody else? Oh, yes.
Hi, I think we owe you an email just to let you know. So we did survey staff.
Oh, I forgot to mention that as well. Because of Friends of Jones conversation with the PPL, I have volunteered to do a quarterly meeting with the staff, and I believe all stakeholders will be invited at these quarterly meetings. They will be recaps of our Friends of Jones meetings that people cannot attend because they're Thursdays at 8 a.m. So it'll allow staff to join, maybe parents that work different hours to join. So yes, and I'm waiting to hear back, like she said, when that will happen.
Sorry, that's definitely on our list for
Okay.
the next couple of days. So yeah, we'll let you know the staff survey results about like scheduling preferences and things. So we just want to let you know it's on our radar.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is that it? Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Raquel. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break and then reconvene. And some of these items are more just information wise, so I don't think it'll be super taxing. So let's see everyone back at 8:25. Thanks. Okay, so it's 8:25. I'm gonna do roll call, Sarah, if we reconvene.
Yes, let me pull up my minutes. Okay. Andrade,
Here.
Bowman,
Here.
Bugs,
Present.
Brenda Prado,
Here.
Cresswell,
Here.
Hillbrands,
Here.
Land,
Here.
Ma here, Martin Sek,
Here.
Manjavar,
Present.
and Zen.
Here.
Okay, we're here.
Okay, next up is Sarah with the budget.
Oh, I'm so excited to do this. Hold on, let me share. Sorry, I'm getting a little trying to keep it together, you guys. Be professional. Here we go. Okay. A fairy. Oh no, is it working? Present. Okay. Fairy magically came and deposited $181,446.01 into our account. It's a miracle. No one knows where the money came from.
Yay, money.
Money. So we use that to reopen Mr. Mitchell's position, which at the time that we weren't funding, that we didn't know how we were going to pay for the third AP, I did not know whose position it was. So I was surprised that it was Mr. Mitchell's position. For whatever reason, I would have assumed it was the least senior position. I haven't gone back and looked through all of the position numbers. Maybe that was right in front of my face the whole time. The remaining $11,000 will be used for miscellaneous items. For example, furniture. I know they were spent some things on some desks for some new teachers. Dr. Powers got the green light, and we're just dying to see this document, to see what that online form looks like. I'd love to get in there and just screenshot everything and share it with you, but I don't have that power. Climate and culture position and SEL initiative updates. That happened today. That's exciting. Out of school funds. Don't know how we're spending those. Okay, back to school funds. No, Umoja, I don't know. That's a lie. Let me go back. Out of school funds. There's a meeting with the teachers on 9/17. So how out of school works is the teachers can host classes and they'll get paid to do that. So there's going to be a meeting for teachers to see what teachers are interested and what they would like to offer. Dr. Pars mentioned primarily an academic focus, but it doesn't have to be that. You could do other fun things too. Is that a question? It usually, okay, I'll get to that in a minute. Back to school funds. So we got $19,000 of unrestricted funds. And unfortunately, we did not spend them yet. Dr. Pars didn't feel how the back to school events would be appropriate for our school since we don't have a problem with getting kids to come back to school. I told them that I like to always spend all the money. So I reached out to Friends of Jones. They're really great at throwing parties and things like that and having great fun events. So having them help us figure out how to spend that money. Our enrollment update. Our actual, at the time of the budget meeting, was 1966 as opposed to our projected of 1970. We will be held harmless. We do not have to return any money. I have a whole section on rental contracts. I think that's later in the agenda, which we can do. The fees have been, all the documents are on the website and translated. I've been talking to Troy about making them a little bit easier to find in a drop-down menu that goes to fees as opposed to having to click through Quick Start to get to fees. If you search fees on the website, you'll get like a laundry list of things, but maybe just a little bit easier for our parents to find. The budget committee is tasked with creating a facility needs and prioritization list. I was going to ask Dr. Pars who that main contact should be if it's the engineer. And tech plan is a comprehensive plan is needed. We need to update the one we have. It's not the word of the night, comprehensive. Thank you. Let's see what Kim said. Usually it's least seniority, not Jones. I see. Thank you, Kimberly. That does help clarify that. Any questions?
We will bring, like we have it as a future item, like a new business item, the new SBB 115 funding. I think it's our duty to actually vote on how to allocate that. And
we can vote, but it's already been spent.
Yeah, I think that's then a problem, that we've been given money that we did not vote on how to spend.
Right, so if the legal thing is that we need to vote to reopen that position, retroactive, like even though it's already happened, that is, I don't know. We could absolutely do that. So we can talk about that then.
Yeah, I think that needs to be clarified. And I would like to know, I'm very concerned that we voted on a budget in May and we didn't know which positions were part of the 115 funds. We didn't know which positions were part of the 124 fund. And we didn't know which positions that Dr. Powers was planning to use ADF money for, which we then later found out ADF money would not work for an existing administrator position like that. And that's why we were short, and that one was not open. And so it concerns me that we voted on something where we didn't actually have the details. So I just want to make sure that that's recorded in the minutes from tonight. Go ahead, Roberto.
I have two questions. One of them is for our two teacher representatives and our staff representatives regarding the assistant principal Gonzalez-Torres' comment about what she thought was important, an important key to the SEL and the EMOJA participation, and it was buy-in from staff. So I'd like to hear from our two teacher representatives and our staff what their sense is, and whether our faculty and staff are, if they have buy-in, if they really believe in this work. And then so that's my first question.
I will allow that because it's related to the MFT funds, which I think is what we're using to pay for that. Really not a lot of clarity on that, which is problematic. But if Kim or Ellen have quick comments on that, it's go ahead.
For sure. I think there's some complexity in that question. So I'm going to just answer it as best I can. On a personal level, I've been advocating for Jones to work with EMOJA for 5 or 6 years at this time. I think they're a fantastic organization. I'm really excited to partner with them. So I come in with that background of really being excited about working with EMOJA. I do think there's varying levels of buy-in at this time. We haven't surveyed, but I think that just in general, probably quite varied. I think something that Elaine said earlier really resonated with me in terms of modeling and really from a top-down approach, working for that buy-in, kind of it's a partnership, right? It shouldn't, it's not like the teacher buy-in is the only piece here. I think that we need to have that dialogue more consistently and continuously with the administrative team as well. Just presence at sessions is great. Dr. Powers and Ms. Gonzalez-Torres were both present at the first session that I attended. Ms. Gonzalez-Torres was also present at the session I attended today. So some of that modeling is very helpful, I think. But just, I think I would appreciate more communication from the administrative team about that buy-in piece. I'm not sure exactly what that would look like. That's partly why that's not my job. But I think that would be helpful. So I don't know if that answers your question very thoroughly or not.
It's helpful. Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, I should have added one more thing. I think part of the reason for that complexity and that varied level of buy-in is due to the trade-offs that are present that Kim mentioned in our statement. There's trade-offs. Time is that one resource that we can never get back. And so we really need to have this deep cultural buy-in as a whole school community, because we are dedicating time and energy. It's prepping another lesson a couple times a month, which doesn't sound like a lot, but on top of additional prep for academic courses, I just think that there's some hesitation always associated with sacrificing other potential uses of time because it's so finite within the school day.
Thank you, Ellen. That's very helpful to understand the context behind that. So thank you so much for that. My other question is to the back to school funds for the $19,000. I'm wondering if the student governments for the various graduating class, if the administration has or the budget committee has asked for feedback on how they think they would like to use those funds.
Yeah,
and
so
if not, I would encourage that.
Yeah, so when I reached out to Michelle Kerr, that was her first thing to say, did the admin reach out to SGA? And so she's on it. I have full confidence that that money will be put to good use.
I have one more budget question. I think during the original budget discussions, we talked about some 0.2 positions to alleviate class size issues. And I've now heard from a variety of teachers that there's some sections that are over contract size. Contract size right now is 28. So there's classes that are 29, 30, maybe even 31 in some cases. And that is problematic. And I'm wondering how we could solve that and how we're prioritizing that. That seems like, I don't know if that is something that MFT ADF funds can be used for. It seems like it may not be, but that's just like I feel like that's where money needs to go right now. Like it's a concern for me as a parent to have overly large classes. Like it's a health issue these days, and it's certainly an equity and academic success issue as well. Do you have comments on that, Kim?
Yeah, I was just going to say the PPC, which is like the other teacher group associated with the union, is collecting data on class size right now that's over the 28 and working with the union on how to then deal with that situation. And it's something that we could definitely survey staff, because like we could maybe add another section, but then we'd have to get a teacher to teach a 0.2. And so it would also, that would add a complexity of like, now we have to move a whole bunch of kids into another room, another period, that we don't have a lot of just classrooms that are free during the day either. So even if we could add another section, is there a space to put them? So I think PPC is working on that, and hopefully PPLC will be able to update you on that at some point soon.
And if I could add to that, you can pay for substitutes for teachers attending staff development activities. You could pay for extended day pay for teachers participating in teaming structures, data analysis, collaborative planning. So if, I know you can never get back time, but if money helps, there, you know, that's why I really would like to see this comprehensive plan with, and I do understand what they're saying is that they don't have all the dollar values, but they have to have some ballpark idea. And like, this is something that me as a budget chair, I cannot do without them. So I just kind of want to make that clear. You can use the ADF funds, MFT funds, for a lot of different things. Just not admin.
Yeah, I think we could get, for the LSC, we can get a readout of what class sizes are ourselves. We can request it. So I'm happy to take that and ask for that, because I think that's an issue that matters to both teachers and parents and students. So I think is that all for your budget report and comments on that? And then equity, you guys have not met yet. Any comments you have, Roberto, or advertising your upcoming meeting?
Yeah, our first meeting will be on Thursday, September 23rd at 6 p.m. and it will be virtual.
Yes, and reminder to everyone, there's an LSC Facebook page, an Instagram page, and then Troy posts these as news items on the website. So those are all places that you can find upcoming meetings. Health and safety just met yesterday. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I didn't submit a official report. I decided to wait until we held our meeting, and then between then and now, it just didn't happen. But I'll make it very, very brief. So we had our first meeting of the school year last night, and it was a pretty productive meeting, I would say. But one thing I did want to bring up, which Daniel brought up at the August meeting, was the lack of COVID guidelines or safety procedures given to students or sent to students, which I'm not too sure what to do about that, but it just it seems to me there's not. And Daniel, I don't know if you want to speak to this more. There's not a clear set of guidelines or kind of procedures for students or that was sent to students regarding COVID. And since there was a positive case identified at Jones, this seems to be an issue from a health and safety perspective. So I just wanted to mention that. And then in relation to that, the attendance reporting system, we did mention that as well. And Dr. Plunkett was at the meeting last night, but just having a way for parents to report absences of students, that's a really accessible, website addition potentially, and maybe offering that in languages other than English as well. I think we mentioned that at the May meeting, but especially right now when students may choose to quarantine for reasons outside of Jones, being at school, that is, it just seems kind of critical to have that in place. And taking a student out for an appointment, exactly. So I did want to bring that up. One other point that we brought up last night was the Jones Student Handbook as it relates to a policy, school-specific policy on trans and gender nonconforming students. And so right now, at least the website, the handbook that's on the Jones website, it does not have a policy, a school-specific policy. And according to CPS, this isn't required for a school to have, but a parent reached out, a Jones parent of a trans student reached out and expressed an interest in having one. Apparently there is one that Jones has written, and so just a matter of maybe incorporating that into the student guide, so that students, and then maybe posting something about it on the website. So we talked about that. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should mention right now, but I don't want to take too much time. Oh, the last thing is I just kind of advertised the 2 open student positions on the LSC and received some maybe some interest from a teacher who connected to a student who might be interested in running. So I'm just going to keep upping that whenever and wherever I can, because right now we are not a full LSC. And then I wanted to just, Daniel, if you have anything, if I missed anything, 3 emails from interested students, that's great.
Just to cover the lack of communication, I know during the meeting yesterday it was conveyed that CPS sent out stuff, right? And I acknowledge that, but sometimes this might be just a personal view. I feel disconnected from CPS sometimes, and I touched base with Jones as my home school, as the school I go to, and so getting like a concise document from Jones would have been helpful at the beginning of the school year. We did get that today, earlier in the day. Dr. Powers mentioned earlier there was an email sent out that did have a concise area of information, but again, like getting that before school would have been very helpful, especially knowing with might have been helpful for the students who have COVID or the quarantining right now because of the case at the school. So just preparation is, I think, very key. I didn't really see that much here, but I'm glad I have it now. So yeah, well, you covered everything, Rachel.
Thanks, Daniel. I think that went out in part probably because it came up at the Health and Safety Committee, and I also sent a list of questions to Dr. Powers. We haven't gotten specific answers to them. It looks like a fair amount of it is covered in that email that went to students and parents today, which is very helpful. And I think it should be acknowledged that students really have not received anything in writing until this point, even though it was explicitly requested in August. So that is, I'm glad it's been remedied now. I'll put the link to my questions in the chat so that they are hopefully available. I think there is still emphasis that could be shared on things like mask wearing, and I've heard some things that make me concerned about that. And unfortunately, I think the CPS contract tracing and testing program is not super smoothly rolling out. So in terms of actually knowing about breakouts fast enough for it to be helpful for everyone, even in terms of like making decisions about holding in-person meetings, is a challenge. So I hope that's the right link. Yes. Yes. So hopefully we'll get some detailed answer to those additional questions as well. Anything else for health and safety? One thing on the student rep thing is that CPS OLSCR is supposedly checking on this. They haven't released any information. I would actually urge everyone who is interested in this to please call your state rep and your state senator about this. This is now the law, and CPS should be following it. Representative Cam Buckner was the sponsor, so I'm sure he would be eager to hear from people too, to say, we're super excited to have some additional student reps on our LSCs, and it's partly CPS is holding us back from rolling that out. Oops,
Sorry, I wanted to just add really quickly to that note. There was a question of like procedure. So if a student does want to run, where, how will those elections take place? That's kind of like a really important step if you want to add or have an election. And so yeah, just asking OLSCR for that information was brought up. I did want to mention too, with respect to the whole school safety plan, the Health and Safety Committee was going to be the subcommittee that kind of gave updates on that. So there are just two. One is that the new security position has not been filled yet. Former security guard stepped down or retired, and so that position was filled. So the new position has not been there. The new security guard hasn't been hired yet. And then in addition, we talked about the culture and climate coordinator hiring. And so you all know about that. So those are the two whole school safety plan related components. But if you have questions or want to comment on the whole school safety plan, I would recommend coming to the Health and Safety Committee meetings. That's supposed to be kind of like the site where those conversations happen.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, so the tech program, the Chromebooks have arrived. I think that was the main update that we were hoping to find out. We're purchasing a lot of software. I would definitely want to hear from teachers if they have software that they don't have access to anymore because of SAPA. That is a problem, and I know there's some stuff that's not approved in CPS that other schools and districts in Illinois managed to negotiate contracts that are compliant with the new provisions. And so there's really no reason, given the size of the CPS law department, that this shouldn't have happened for our district, frankly. So I would certainly want to hear from teachers on that if you want to add it as a survey question. And probably if there's anything else about the tech program rolling out right now, the teachers might have comments, or if parents have some additional questions, we can compile them and direct them to Dr. Powers after the meeting. So anyone have anything for that? Can you just put your comment in the chat, Raquel?
Oh, okay.
Thanks. The next item I have on here is CIWP. Dr. Powers said at the budget committee that there would be no update on the CIWP this month, which I think makes several months in a row. I have a document on this that I shared with everyone that I really would urge everyone to take a look at. The first part covers what our duties are as an LSC. And really, when we are approving spending, we should be taking into account the school improvement plan and the priorities in that plan and the actions that are supposedly supposed to be taken out in order to achieve those priorities and address them. And that goes for our other things too, principal evaluation and really anything that we're doing, the framework that we're doing under when we ask like, why, or what should we do next, or is this the right direction to go? But that's what the CIWP is for. It's clunky and it's kind of weird, but that's what it's there for. And it's also our legal duty to actually look at it. I also put in this document the duties of principals under the uniform principal contract. And you can see that actually the primary responsibility of a principal in CPS is improvement of instruction at the attendance center. And so it's sort of supposed to be this guiding star of what the educational experience is at the attendance center and how we move through time with what we should do next and what we should work on. And that goes for the principal as well. And it's really very clear what the principal's duties are with respect to CIWP. And so just to give a little timeline, I don't have to go through this in detail, but this has certainly been coming up. And actually, it's very tied into our request for a comprehensive social emotional learning plan. From the February meeting on, we were talking about that we want this comprehensive plan for social emotional learning. And in fact, maybe it would be helpful if one of the priority areas in the CIWP, which you can have 3 to 5, I think we have 4 right now, could be tied into that. And so we've been asking for updates. We were promised an update, I think originally in March. A few update slides were presented at the Health and Safety Committee in April. So people can take a look at that. They lack the detail that I would like to see. Then I specifically requested, we then talked about the budget, and really none of our budget discussions in May were tied to the CIWP at all. And so that's really a problem. Like that's a legal problem. Like we shouldn't be making these budget decisions if we don't know why we're spending money and what we're trying to make that money do. So we asked for another report at the end of May, and what we finally got in August, even though at the August meeting, Dr. Powers said there had been no updates to the CIWP. A couple days later, we were sent one, and so I've linked to it here, and so that gives you can see in the highlighted versions the difference between the CIWP that was originally presented last May when it was developed. It's a 2-year cycle, so we're more than a year into that, and you can see what the changes are in that document. I've highlighted things that were not there in the original. Next month, I know Dr. Powers was reluctant to have a presentation on it this month, but we did request at least a report, and you can look at that for yourselves. Next month, we're supposed to have a state of the school address where we really talk about, the budget and the CIWP and where we are as a school. And I would say even, as the chair, I don't feel prepared to have a thoughtful presentation for the school community on what our school improvement plan is and what we're attempting to do, and how we're attempting to do that. So I find that very problematic. And we've been trying to work with administration as a partnership to address that, and it's been very difficult. So that's my presentation there. And Deborah, do you have a comment, question?
Yeah, having seen CIWP at other CPS schools, I can only echo what you say, Cassie, that the level of disconnect in terms of the amount of detail and the structure, and we want to achieve this, so we're going to do this, and we want to achieve this, so we're going to do this, and this is how we're going to measure it. I'm used to a much more thorough CIWP, and this comes across to me as being kind of loosey-goosey. It's not clear, it's not clean. When updates are requested, the documents that come through, because I went through and clicked on all the links you sent me today, they're not detailed, and I don't see the level of thought that other CPS schools put into this. And that's really, quite frankly, disappointing for a school like Jones that's supposed to be, you know, this amazing place. We should really have all our ducks in a row. And I'm just not seeing what I'm used to seeing other places, and I'm really disappointed too.
Sarah?
Yeah, and to me, this speaks to this similar concept of Jones is a great school, and so we don't have to do anything. That's just where I'm going with. There, just to give some context to where my comment is coming from, there were some comments on the parent Facebook page about how Jones is just as good as a private school, and we should be thankful that we're getting it for free. And my comments were, Jones is not a private school, it's a public school, and we pay property taxes. And the woman said, don't be obtuse, you know what I mean. And I still want to come back to this concept of, if you gin the system, if you gin up the system and you put all the best kids in the school, of course you're going to get the blue ribbon. And the teachers are amazing and they're doing a great job, and they're getting those kids to that level. But what I see is a complete lack of initiative and detail. I mean, I come from as Deborah, a different school. It was elementary. Our continuous improvement work plan updates were monthly. I'm used to a lot of detail. I'm used to the principal being able to do the budget report and know exactly, because the budget is so tight. She's like, you know what? We just got 5,000 from this rental. That's going to go for this. And I just don't see that level of commitment. And I don't need to preach to the choir here, but I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to lose my mind. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I don't think there's a motion that I have in mind for this, but I wanted to make sure that it was very clear to everyone, you know, because we haven't done joint trainings. Hopefully everyone has done at least their individual trainings. But really, this is a very important part of what LSCs do in terms of oversight. And especially now, as we have these other plans that are appearing, if they're not tied into a larger document, it's really difficult. I think there's supposed to be a dashboard that all CIWP or that all LSC members can see, even if you're not on the CIWP team. And I haven't seen that. We haven't actually even gotten a list of updated CIWP team members, and nor minutes from any of the meetings. And so I just wanted to make sure that this was all in the record and very clear. So I think that's all we have for 6B. For the whole school safety plan, I think we covered that under Rachel's report. Rachel, is that like, raise your hand rapidly if I...
No, that's correct. Thank you.
For 6D, that's moving forward together out of school time plan and funds. That was really covered in Sarah's report, I think.
Which is, we have no idea.
Yes, that is something that I have also asked for an email. I'm not sure why that can't be shared. And
Raquel, can you put your stuff in the chat, please?
Oh, oops.
thanks. Okay, 6E. So I do have slides. Do you want to share that, Sarah? And I think on this, we talked about it last time. I think Troy is the only person I heard from about this. So in my slides that I linked, I basically just kind of made a list of like the components that we need to put together in order to do principal evaluation. And a bunch of them we did last year. So I think they will be sort of a smooth process. We can revise any of them. If people want to add more things, we can. But these are sort of the basic components of the principal evaluation process that we have to sort of get together. And so the timeline, I think I actually have that on a future slide that'll be sort of adjusted in the spring once we get closer to the deadlines. The additional indicator, we'll talk about that tonight. Surveys, we have existing surveys, so they can be revised and updated for this year. The lists of documents and data to request, we put together one last year, so that's also something that can be revised. And we can ask for that earlier, I think, this year than we did last year, because a lot of it is sort of ongoing stuff that should be collected. The self-evaluation questionnaire that Dr. Powers did, that exists already as well. So really the thing that is sort of very time sensitive that we need to get done is the additional indicator. So this is something we need by November 1st. So if we want to vote on it, we'll need to vote on it next month at the October meeting. So we talked about a committee, and yeah, here's just like basically last year's timeline, and I put a little additional information there, which is just sort of an overview of the principal evaluation process for everyone's benefit. So the main thing that I think we need to work on is the additional indicator. If we want to do a committee, we don't need to modify the bylaws for something like this. I think we can just do an ad hoc committee. And my thought was we could do an ad hoc committee that will at least meet for the next month. It'll be just LSC members, and that's my suggestion anyway. And whoever can come. We can meet once or twice. And I'm asking around now to see what other additional indicators have been used by LSCs in the principal evaluation process. And I think it's not super common, so there's not a ton of existing ones out there. So yeah, that's sort of basically my proposal for that. Troy, go ahead.
Could you explain in the line number 3 has non-teacher staff and then partner organization? Are you referring to like Friends of Jones, or who else would be a partner organization?
Well, it's really up to us who we'd want to ask. You know, it depends on the school. Some schools have a lot of like, you know, like Umoja is now going to be a partner organization. Alternatives will continue to be a partner organization. So you probably just typically ask like the contact person or the person that the organization, you know, the people that the organization actually have working with your school. Yeah, so just asking, you know, it's partly informative for the LSC generally, and then it's partly informative for the principal evaluation process.
But are you saying it's typically groups that are I guess I'm just trying to understand what groups would be considered partners.
Yeah, I think like Alternatives and Umoja, I think, are the best examples of what Jones. So like any sort of like community org, you know, some schools work really in close partnership with community organizations, or they have a health clinic, or they have, say, like after school care vendors who they work with, or, you know, like a soccer team vendor or something. So that sort of idea. We didn't do that this year. And, you know, I don't think there's not like a super long list, but like, especially if we're doing a few more of these, SEL organizations. I think it's a helpful input. Yeah, so do people have any other comments on the idea of doing an ad hoc committee over the next month that will just work on? So basically the idea would be is that we'll show up in October with a list of possible indicators. We'll discuss it. We'll vote on the ones that we, and see which ones we actually want to include for the evaluation this year, if any. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I think it's also important to realize the principal has to agree to the additional indicator. So I think the earlier you can have whatever indicators you want, so that you can start having that dialogue, and that it's just a kind of like a open dialogue, and so that there's feedback on both sides, and to be amenable to what's the word? Coming to the middle.
Yeah, so the mutually agreed upon part. And I think they should be like, they need to be measurable, and, you know, probably we clear them as well with the law department. So that's basically the details there. Yeah, so we probably would need to meet once before the end of September, probably get a draft list to Dr. Powers, and, you know, have maybe, if we need another meeting before the LSC meeting, we'd have it. Yeah. So, I'm not sure if I put language for a motion anywhere, or if you want to craft it on the fly, Sarah.
Sure. So we're just going to make a motion to approve. This is not the motion, but just saying for an ad hoc committee to meet before the October LSC meeting. Is that what we're? Okay. All right. So let me write this down. I make a motion for the chair of the LSC to form an ad hoc principal evaluation committee that will meet before the October regular LSC meeting. Have a second or discussion?
Second.
Okay. All right, let me take a roll call. Andrade?
Yes.
Bowman?
Yes.
Bugs?
Yes.
Serna Prado?
Yes.
Cresswell?
Yes.
Hilbrands?
Yay.
Land?
Yes.
Ma? Yes. Martinsek?
Yes.
Menjivar?
Yes.
Zen?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. The only thing I would request is that it's communicated to the whole school, all the stakeholders. That meeting date.
Yes. Yeah, so this ad hoc committee is also a public body. We'll need to advertise the meeting and save the minutes. And if we are doing it virtually, which is probably the sensible thing to do for this one, we'll record it and make that available. Yes. So did that motion make me the chair of this ad hoc committee, or do we have to pick the chair now? That was, I mean, it's fine. Like,
I think the chair should be the chair.
Okay.
Sorry, that's.
Yeah. Nah. And yes, we will advertise it widely, and I'll actually maybe try to do a doodle of you guys to see who can come. Yeah, so it'll be publicly.
To answer Raquel's question, I think that there will be a lot more voices in the ad hoc committee. It's just giving approval for the ad hoc committee. We don't know who's on it yet. It's just, yeah. We're not limiting who's on it.
Go ahead, Rachel, or Ellen.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, and this might be Raquel's question as well. So the ad hoc committee can include non-LSC members? Just to check. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just to form the list of possible indicators. Like, we don't have to vote on the best one or whatever, but it's good to actually have a discussion of them and, you know, make sure they're clear enough before we bother to bring them. So yeah, I think that is the important thing. Yes, okay, the F, I've been putting this document together for several months. I don't know when I started doing this. There's been an array of demands made over the past year plus about equity needs and resources that are devoted to them. And so I've just been trying to track that so we have a clear picture of what's going on. So this month, to sort of help us out, I just put a summary at the beginning and just like, you know, things that we've absolutely, okay, the school's done this and tackled, or in some cases the LSC has for item 1. And in some cases it's like, okay, I think this is started. And then some, it's just very unclear to me. So this is just me putting this together. I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, like some of these things are, they're just my opinion on how far along things are. So if people have additional input, clearly let me know. Like it's really just, let's put this on the wall so we actually have a record somewhere of what's being accomplished, what's not being addressed still, and what things are really yet to be done. One of the things that is like the top 4 priorities that the school laid out on equity last year was hiring. Mr. Mitchell's report mentioned it this month, but it was very not clear to me what progress has been made. And I think he said that there was an effort to hire BIPOC teachers, but there wasn't actually any numbers in terms of what the end result of that hiring process was. So I have a few questions in here as well. We can ask them to the administration. And if people have any other additional questions on any of these, please let me know. So a lot of these were from students. There was like a student petition in the summer of 2020, and then there was a letter last winter that outlined some additional things. And yes, the teachers also, the PPLC had a set of demands, and so those are on here too. Yeah, so I think it's just a way for us to try to keep track and try to keep things accountable. And I think we need to be looking at this each month, especially if this is somehow possibly going to be shifted more to the background. That's the administration's intent. That's of a concern to me, and we need to track this stuff no matter what, whether, I think as an LSC, this is a priority to track. Yeah, okay, I think that is it for that item. 7A is the SBB funding, which we talked about. I'm concerned if it was allocated without us and we didn't have a vote on it. I'm concerned that we aren't, that we need to actually spend additional dollars on class size. So I think maybe this can come up at the next budget meeting. We'll try to get answers in the meantime as well. Okay, dress code 7B. We've had a lot of discussions about this, and yes, the LSCs, I put a document together that has the background on this. So it is part of the school code that the LSC can set the dress code for a school. I don't think it's been the case in the past at Jones. And if we'd like to exercise our authority on that, we can hear from everyone tonight, and we can talk about what some model language for it is. And we can also, if we don't think we can conclude the discussion tonight, or we want to get some more input from students and teachers and parents, then I think the equity committee could take it up as well if we don't want to hold a vote this evening. Yeah, Sarah?
Would it be equity or health and safety, or I guess equity?
Joint committee, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I might just express my quick opinion that I would like to see student input and then also parent input. And I think I really kind of focusing on, is it better to have some guidelines than no guidelines, and what could that look like? If we have no guidelines, I think we're just going to continue to see the subjective behavior we've seen already. Thank you.
Deborah?
I would like, I'll make a proposal, not a motion yet, but a proposal. I would really like to see a more comprehensive guideline, a less subjective guideline, and I would like to see this group, perhaps tonight we can make a motion and vote on it, that we will undertake a change in the dress code at Jones. I agree that we should get input from interested parties, whether it's students or parents or teachers or other staff members, but I'm becoming more and more persuaded that it's really essential that we take this on now. That's what I wanted to contribute.
Thanks. Daniel?
Yeah, similarly, I think it would be very important to get student opinion. However, I know that collecting student data has become increasingly difficult. So I don't know if it would be a survey to students or just to parents and have them ask their students and convey that. Gets a little murky. But I think a survey would be very efficient, just do you think there needs to be an evaluation or any ideas? Vote yes or no on some ideas that we might come up with together. But I just think, as I mentioned before, the last section of just the administration has the final say. That's the one that's not sitting well with me. I kind of like the broadness of the student dress code that we have right now. It allows students to express themselves in ways that other schools don't allow, and new styles are always popping up and going away. So I think it's hard to control the flow of fashion. Fast fashion is a big thing in today's society. So I think that would kind of get us nowhere, in my opinion. But I think that the process to determine if something's inappropriate, we need to have that laid out, obvious, so everyone can know.
Thanks, Daniel. Rachel?
I did just want to add really quickly, it seems like this issue has kind of split into two. One being the language of the dress code itself, which requires a functioning accountability model in place, which I think we can say, or I would say it's not there. And then on the other hand, I actually didn't really hear, I did hear some students in the public comment kind of express a desire to have specific language, but what I heard more was just the request to acknowledge that there was harm with the dress code. That seems to me actually where students were kind of centering their comments. So I'm not even sure. I mean, yes, like people have said, we could talk about the dress code. It could be brought up at the equity meeting, but unless that that harm is addressed, I'm not actually sure. This is just my opinion. I'm not actually sure that addressing the language of the dress code would be the most important thing to do.
Yeah, so one thing I shared in here is this Evanston dress code. And I think an important part of that one is that it's not just the very detailed on look, these are the parts of your body you have to have covered, done. And everything else is pretty much up to you. And these are the essentially offensive information that you can't have on your clothing. But another important part of it is that they have a very sort of a preamble saying that it's supposed to be gender neutral and equitable, and it really has that language laid out well, and I think that is a really important component, and I haven't heard that as really from the administrative team in the discussion of what's happened with the dress code over the last couple of weeks. And so I think that part is really important to have. it can't undo that harm. And the LSC doesn't run the school. We don't carry this stuff out. And so we can't, there's stuff that's out of our hands. What is in our hands is the language that we actually set. So that's like the thing that we can do is that we can also, make motions around a recommendation that there be some sort of session that I don't know, like tries to undo the harm that was done. Yeah, I don't know. That the thing that I know that we can do is make better language that's actually affirming of, every student that's there and says that it's not okay to shame kids for their bodies. And yeah, we shouldn't be, to the extent possible, policing their bodies. And I think that's the important thing in a dress code. So some initial motion saying that we will take this on and we'll make sure that the language is going to be affirming for all students is probably what is tackleable tonight.
I guess I would like to make a motion to, in the future, I'm actually not sure how to do this. I would like to make a motion to work on revising the last part of the Jones College Prep dress code to be more specific. I'm not sure. What do y'all think? That's my first go.
I think you can keep it much more general, that you want to make a motion that the LSC will gather data and work on the dress code. I mean, I wouldn't even say improve. I just go ahead.
If the equity committee chair is willing to take this on, then I think we can say, like, we will send this issue to the equity committee for them to bring back possible language, basically, and any other recommendations they have on addressing, especially this issues that the students brought up this evening, and anything else students have around this, I think, especially. And, I've talked to some teachers who are also very, very unhappy with what they heard in this announcement and how that announcement impacted them. And I think we should take that into account too, that this harm it wasn't just to students. And yeah, so let's keep that in mind.
So it could say something like to make a motion to have the LSC Equity Committee examine the Jones dress code. Could something as simple as that. Is examine not the proper word, Roberto?
No, I think that's fine. And I just wanted to just mention that Councilmember Deborah Land had brought this up, that she wanted to raise this with the Equity Committee. So this is something that's going to be put on the agenda. I would make a motion that the Equity Committee, in collaboration with the Health and Safety Committee, would review and collect data and make some sort of proposal for the LSC to review at that point. It would be very similar to what I'm sorry, Rachel.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say I would second that motion.
I'm just writing that down together. I'll just repeat the motion was to have the LSC Equity Committee, in conjunction with the Health and Safety Committee, gather data and about the Jones dress code and report back to the LSC. And then Rachel seconded, and now I'll do a roll call. Okay. Unless you have more discussion about that.
The only thing I would add is that I think it'd be very useful to get some direct feedback from Evanston Township High School, who have had their dress code in place for 4 years now, and see if there is anything in the works there to change it, or guidelines or some sort of supportive programming or something that they did when they rolled it out, and just any kind of stuff we could gather from them, I think would be great.
Do you want that as
Yep,
part of the
and-
motion, or do you just want that as
Include from,
information to the committees?
yeah, that's fine whether it's in the motion or not.
Roberto?
Yeah, I was just going to say a couple things that this would be very similar to the equity committee's efforts to research the culture and climate coordinator. So we will do that. We will reach out to various stakeholders, other CPS schools, as well as the Evanston Township. And then to Raquel, I do like the gathering feedback. So we will take that on. And Daniel Andrade, we're going to probably seek your support as well to get student feedback.
Definitely.
Okay, all right, so I will restate the motion and then we'll take a roll call, which is to have the LSC Equity Committee in conjunction with the LSC Health and Safety Committee gather data about the Jones dress code and report back to the LSC. Rachel seconded. Is everyone okay with that motion? Andrade?
Yes.
Bowman?
Yes.
Bugs? Elaine? Oh yeah.
I'm thinking, I'm sorry, you guys.
That's okay, that's okay. All right, she's thinking, so I'll put thinking for a second. Serena Prado?
Yes.
Cresswell?
Yes.
Hilbrands?
Yay.
Land?
Yes.
Ma, yes. Martinsek?
Yes.
Menjivar?
Yeah.
And Zen?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Bugs, do you want to abstain?
It seems like I might just do that. If it's the pleasure of the LSC, it's fine. Yeah. I'll abstain.
Okay.
Okay. Getting close to the end here. Approvals are next. Items over 2,500. Sarah, do you want to take us through those? Some are straightforward and some I have questions about.
Let me unmute. Okay, so I'm just going through the folder. The first one is the trainer. We used to pay like quarterly, and I think that CPS wanted to pay monthly because we wanted to make sure sports were actually happening if there were anything, shutdowns or anything due to COVID. So it's still the same amount contractually, but we'll just be seeing these invoices on a monthly basis. So it's $2,500 for athletic training fees for our contract. The second one, Mr. Voigt couldn't provide that much more information to me. He suggested I talk to Mr. Grossetto. Due to my internet research, this $10,500 for Huddle. If you Google Huddle, they do video and analytics. So I'm not sure if this is their, and maybe Troy, you know, if this is the live streaming thing or if it's also getting like statistics based on player performance. It's taken out of the athletics account. So this is money he wants to spend it on. Yes, that's his prerogative. Troy, do you have any information on this?
Yeah, that's basically the live streaming of sports games. So swim meets, basketball, volleyball, anything that happens in the gym. So that, and they did this, I think, primarily because of COVID, and so people could watch.
Okay, all right. So that's that. But it's an annual contract, so I would like to see that in the, well, I guess that's his budget. So this is from the librarian. This is a, is there a question? JSTOR isn't helpful. Thank you, Daniel. Also, I think it's free if you're a member of Chicago Public Library. So I don't know. Yeah, it's coming out of the library and the library online academic database. It comes out of the library budget, so that's what he wants to. That's what they want to spend their money on. That's what that is. Legacy parking is 4420. I did get clarification about what this is in the budget meeting. So it looks like, and I'd have to go read my minutes, but the teachers or whomever is parking in the lot does pay a certain amount. And then the school covered another percent. That used to be easily covered by our building rental income. We don't have building rental income right now. So right now we're covering that through internal accounts. I think that's something that we need to discuss as a budget committee more, if that's something we can afford to keep doing. If we don't get rentals back soon, what are we gonna do with that? Screencastify was part of our budget. It's $2,500. That was part of our approved April budget or May or whatever. Buying some desks, furniture, adjustable desks, $7,000, and that is from building rentals. So he must have some money in that budget line item. World Strides deposit. Oh yeah, this is for the orchestra chip. It's a deposit. If you look at this is from the orchestra trip account. There's a balance of 43,000. I think they asked for some money from the individuals, and then also they've augmented with Friends of Jones funds. So any questions? Anything you don't want to approve tonight? Oh, JSTOR is so helpful. You love it. Okay, great. I heard that the different way. I'm glad you love it. Okay, good. I apologize.
I have some things that have questions, but I think they're more longer term. Like the ATI thing, I think there's both like a district contract and then there's a school contract. So I think the school contract is large. I mean, we have to approve that. I think it's definitely large enough, and
I think it's 25,000.
Yeah, so I think that's something we're supposed to vote on. But I think also it was said at the budget committee meeting that it's being negotiated still. So yeah, I mean, it seems like we have to pay this, and yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to make a note that we need clarification on the ATI contract status with Jones. Okay.
And then the parking, if it seems like something that should have been in the May budget, that we, overall the amount that we're subsidizing parking is this amount.
Right, because even if it came out of rental income and we had that, it should be part of our budget.
Yeah, and like since we've been doing it, then teachers probably expect it. But then again, if there's teachers who aren't taking advantage of it, then they probably would like their public transportation subsidized, or other things like that. And so I think it's kind of complicated, and I don't know what other. Yeah, did the teachers actually have background on this?
I just know that every year Jeremy sends out a staff of who needs parking, and those teachers pay the fee, and that's what those like 34 spots are for after, because when we built the new building, they didn't build enough parking to fit our staff. So we have to subsidize that. We pay into it if we want a spot. So that difference isn't for all staff. It's for the staff that elected to get a spot and paid their share as well. So I don't know if that answer helps, or we're just not paying for everybody.
Yeah, so like, so you're subsidizing some, a third of the staff-ish or something, because I don't know if it's even just teachers or if it's other staff or what. Go ahead, Ellen.
I was just going to share the CTU contractual language around parking. So sorry, it's really clunky, but the board's objective is that bargaining unit employees, that's us, should be provided with off-street parking areas for their automobiles, and that this area shall, to the extent possible, be secure and adjacent to the school. In the event that bargaining unit employees must park on the street in permit-only parking neighborhoods, the board and the union will work with the city of Chicago to issue to schools parking permit for use by members during school hours. It doesn't refer at all to our actual situation where we are like renting to support this, but there is that language in the contract that there is some responsibility on the part of CPS to provide parking so that staff members can park at their jobs.
That is very helpful. Thanks.
Okay, I guess they're still not, we're not technically fulfilling the contract because we don't have parking for everyone.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, like, that's literally the only place where parking comes up in the contract, so I'm not sure, like, what that process looks like if this is, like, something that Jones administration, in partnership with the PPC, which Kim had mentioned earlier, is, like, our union teacher committee, if that's something that they would need to take on with CPS as a whole, but in any case, that's the reference in the contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if no one's like freaking out about it, it's okay. But it seems like a chunk of money, like $16,000 or whatever the subsidy is, should show up in the May budget because it should be on a line. And I don't know how it wasn't on a line since this has been something that's been happening for a long time. So that's my comment on that. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the check requisitions in that folder for ATI 2,500, to Huddle for 10,500, to JStore, which is awesome, by the way, for 2,600, to Legacy Parking for 4,420, Screencastify for 2,500, Space Continuum for $7,143.30, and World Strides for $7,865. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Andrade,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Bugs,
Yes.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Hilbrands,
Yeah.
Land,
Yes.
Ma, yay, Martinsek,
Yes.
Menjivar,
Yeah.
Zen.
Yes.
Okay. I will send those over to Mr. Voigt. I'm just going to talk a second about budget transfers. Is that we're not going to approve these, but in the budget committee, Mr. Voigt is sending me every little budget transfer, including pennies. So I will review those, and if I have questions, I will bring them to the LSC. Thank you.
Fundraisers. We don't have any fundraisers. Oh, oops. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, this is about the fundraisers actually. So, for the clubs, the Miss Kathkara, I believe, or someone has been sending out. I believe Miss Kathkara is like part of the person who like overseeing the club stuff. And they sent out like an email saying try and get this fundraising form in before an LSC meeting for the open house to like fundraise for that. Is that necessary? Because I thought this was a category 1. Like my club filled out a form for fundraising at the back to school night. And so that one didn't need LSC approval because I thought that was category 1, and I texted Cassie about that, and she confirmed that. So like, is it correct that we need fundraising approval for these at all? Is it like some different circumstance? Because I also heard somewhere floating around that was like a LSC run thing, so that's why like open house needed to be like approval. So that was just my question.
Yeah, I don't believe like unless like say you have to spend some money from your student club first, and like probably you're not going to spend a huge amount of money that we need to approve anyway. Like you're not going to be spending $2,500 for your supplies for your fundraisers. So I think it's unlikely that something like that is something that's going to need to come to the LSC. So if you like the things with like the outside company where you're working with them and you're going to, you know, like you're selling wrapping paper, those things I think are supposed to come through us. But yeah, I think it sounds like yours was not. Go ahead, Troy.
Daniel, that was actually me that sent that email. and it was sent to both the sponsors and the leader of the clubs, because every fundraiser is different. And usually very, very last minute, we are getting requests for fundraisers, sometimes the day of. So I think there was more of an effort to make sure that students and club sponsors are making sure that they get those requests in. Also to make sure that they are not standing right on top of each other, because that happens quite a bit too.
Okay, so just for clarification, right? Just to make sure that people aren't selling the same things on the same day, and also just have it like be more organized so people are getting their forms in on time. And if like for any necessary reason it does need LSC approval, it's there, right? There's enough time for that. Is that like kind of correct?
That was the intention, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I, like on the stuff we discussed in August with the stuff that Friends of Jones brought to us, I have sent an email twice now to various LSC, central office departments, including internal audit and the law department, and I think I don't know, a couple others. They are not in the best of shape downtown these days, and we've not heard back. I'll have a discussion with Michelle Kerr about that. I think if we need to, we'll have another little LSC discussion and approve whatever makes sense in terms of what we have in writing so far in various sources, so that I think we will be, as long as we're like on the up and up with what we have in writing, I think that's all we can do until someone from CPS actually weighs in. And so that'll be with respect to fundraisers that are not in school grounds, and what sort of like the ongoing status of selling Jonesware at school is. And certainly like the online sales and delivery at school, I think is very straightforward. So it's really just, can kids show up, pay cash on the spot? And those are the more complicated things. And if it's a pop-up sale, I think that is something that seems to, fall in line with other sort of pop-up sales by external orgs that happen. So yeah, but we're in a little bit of a purgatory because we haven't gotten a response from central office. Okay, that's fundraisers, facility usage. Sarah will take that.
Do you want to do that tonight?
Yeah, we don't.
So
maybe like at least share the.
why don't I share like just the basic overview very quickly, and then I think people can take time to digest it. I even like pre-wrote a motion and everything. But Troy, unless I'm incorrect, are we allowed to have indoor rentals yet?
That's negative.
Negative. So I think like it's not as what's the word? Pressing. This is going to be on that budget slide. Troy put together a really nice flow chart for approvals. I have some clarification questions. I need that. If you're on the first slide and you're going under rental contracts, there's a bunch of hyperlinks there. Talks about what language is on the JCP website. What are the CPS guidelines? A rental integrity memo from 2019. And then there's language out there for LSC approvals and the flow chart. So I wonder if the document, sorry, I'm going to try to share this time instead. This document, LSC approval of facility use rentals, Cassie put in the beginning like all the rules. And then on the second page, Troy put kind of like the types of agreements we have. And then I kind of put a possible motion, which is on the second page of the budget. So we have short-term rental contracts from 1 to 10 days. We have filming, we have cell phone towers. And then we have different contracts which are long-term rentals. And just to share with you what Troy shared with us at the budget committee meeting is this whole process is going into a form that is run by CPS Downtown. So that has elected to be part of that pilot program so that he can have feedback into how that form is working. And I don't know, Troy, if you have a rollout date for that.
I'm supposed to be getting training on it probably in the next couple of weeks. Their ideal goal is to have it by October, which also probably might be an indicator that they might be allowing some indoor usage. And just to clarify, right now there are some indoor usages that are acceptable for youth sports. We just don't have any groups that fit into that category.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I put together this draft motion. You know, we talked about, and even what's so interesting, even the renting your school document ratification language, take it from questionnaire. They say that, and I'm going to just really quickly. I know we're so late. This is really fascinating. The last thing, has the LSC approved this rental? Most LSCs permit the school to handle all rentals and ratify them at subsequent LSC meetings. This is efficient. A few LSCs wish to review all rentals ahead of time and approve them prior to singing, which can cause substantial delays. So that's just something to think about, which is why we're doing this. And so my thought was that we would delegate the responsibility to approve the rentals, the short-term filming cell phone towers, as long as they meet certain requirements, and then the council could retain the right to approve the longer term, which would be more revenue generating. So I was thinking that we would potentially want to see those in conjunction. We could be looking at them in conjunction as the application is going through, so that we wouldn't be holding them up. I'm done.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's okay if we, everyone can take this back, and if they have questions, bring them to the budget committee especially, or send them to Sarah to be addressed at the budget committee, and then we can take action on it next month, if that makes sense for people. It's general consensus on that. Thanks for putting all that together, Sarah and Troy. Yeah. Okay. I think that was it for that one. And then agenda items for next meeting. Just to make it clear to everyone, right now there's a disaster declaration in effect still. Those are renewed monthly. So we'll know on September 20th if it's going to be held for another month. It's all counties in Illinois. So that means for any public body in a county that's under a disaster declaration or a public health particular one, it's up to the head of the public body to decide what CPS agreed with that, although they are recommending that unless your school is completely shut, you should be doing it in person. But then again, they are not totally on the up and up in their speed of tracking the pandemic in schools currently. So that's just a recommendation and it's not binding. So I'm happy to reach out to you guys as we have these. I think you should expect that at some point we are going to need to have a physical quorum in person again. And you can check the Illinois governor's website probably on September 20th to see if there's another disaster declaration, and that will give you an idea of what we need to do going forward. We can also do hybrid meetings where we don't have to have a whole physical quorum present. But also, I don't know, set up the library so people could watch the meeting on YouTube there if that was something that people felt was useful. Go ahead, Daniel.
I think filming the meeting would be very useful. Just because I think if anything, we could meet in person and people could come, have that little less crowded in the library. My question was if the disaster proclamation is lifted, we're still having our meetings at 6 p.m. At school, at the library, or is it possible to move that time? Just because I don't think it would be that practical to still meet at 6, depending on people's schedules. Just because if we're going to be ending our meetings around 10-ish every night, how are people going to get home and stuff like that? So that was just like.
Yes, and so on regular meetings, so one regular meeting, you can basically change the time and date of, and then if you need to do that, that's like a one-off. If you're trying to change the time and date of more than one regular meeting, it has to be 10 days in advance. So I think basically if we want to switch to that, we will have one regular meeting that we'd move, and then at that one, we decide the schedule for the rest. Go ahead, Kim.
I had just two things. I would wanted to second what Daniel was saying, especially because some of our kids would travel like over an hour to get to and from Jones. And if we have 3 student reps, I'm just worried about their safety leaving so late at night if the meetings do go long. So I just want to prioritize student safety with just everything and the time to consider there. And then second, I don't know, you might have said this, Cassie, but honestly, I'm like delirious right now. If we have the option to still do like a hybrid meeting, are we going to continue to YouTube stream these meetings to everybody, or is that something we'd have to decide on? Because if so, I would want to push to be able to have viewers at home still be able to watch the live stream. I think that's been really powerful as far as bringing us to a community. That's it. That's all I got.
Yes, I think we really need to make that a priority, that there's always some version that's accessible from home for people, and also recordings. Rachel?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, kind of connecting all of these things, maybe is what was kind of floated earlier, which was breaking up these meetings into bi-monthly. I know that like adding an extra meeting is for, especially for teachers, I understand is like kind of crazy, or just not ideal. But I do think, I don't think these meetings are inefficient. I think that we're actually talking about a lot. There's just a lot to talk about. And I know we're all tired. I'm very tired. But I also like don't want to talk about fewer things, right? So I just wanted to put out there that I do support breaking it up into two meetings a month.
Yeah, I think Sarah's suggestion of doing a little survey of you guys would be great. And it can be specific to like, if they're in person, would you like 2? If they're in person, would you like 1? Those different options. And if it is a hybrid meeting, how likely you are to take advantage of not needing to be there for a physical quorum. One thing we do have to keep in mind is that if people have jobs not downtown and they're coming downtown, you can only get there so early. So there is always that tension, I feel like, in like teacher parent meetings, that parents can't get there too early and teachers are just extending their day. So that's pretty common. Yes, and we can work with administration on streaming stuff. Okay, so I think like we should probably, I don't think it's like super likely that the disaster is going to be lifted for next month. On the case it is, I will reach out to you guys, just later this month to figure it out. So look for that, and also look for this little survey to see how people feel in general about times. Okay. Remember, you can send me items for the next agenda. Also community members, anyone in the Jones School community can send me suggestions for agenda. That's why we vote on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. So let's keep that in mind, and go ahead, Daniel.
Real quick, I don't know, can I just suggest something for next meeting's agenda? I got the email from Dr. Powers about Miss MacArthur resigning. So can we put that on, like, I don't know, discussing how we're gonna reach out to parents and stuff like that?
Yes, that is a good idea. So just before the meeting, Latrice sent a message to the whole LSC. So Latrice MacArthur, our sixth parent rep is stepping down. She's not here, but thank you, Latrice, for your service. And I'm assuming she's going to continue to serve with Friends of Jones. She does a lot of work via them. So we will need to fill that spot, and we will advertise that in various places, just like we did the spot that we filled in July. So yes, I don't know if you guys think we'll be able to fill it next month or not. I don't know. We can start advertising it and see who responds, basically. I know. Good. You go, Dan.
I think with the state of the school, if it's like,
yeah,
I don't know what my expectations are for that.
yes, and maybe we'll all just sign up for 2-hour meetings, and we'll do it at one of those. Yes. Okay. That is all I have. Anyone else? Anything? And I think we got all our speakers in. Yeah. Okay. Great. Seeing no further business, I will adjourn. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, thank you.